Hello, hello. Hey, Blub. So we are going to jump right into this, which is get the sheet music to be in the game. I think the only way to do this is to put in the zip files. I guess there are a couple ways we could do it. Actually, you know what? We could make it so that you need to find this in the game before it emits them as files on your disk somewhere. But I think that's kind of silly. I think we should just include this in the build and just not worry about it. So, yeah. How will we do this? Well, how about we start by looking at Steam and figuring out where does it put this stuff to begin with? Browse local files. Yeah, there's just an app folder in here. So I think we make an extras folder alongside it. So yeah, make an extras folder alongside the app. What does it do for Linux and Windows? Game out Linux. There's a zip file. Inside the zip file is a bunch of stuff. So we could just make an extras folder in there too. Okay, yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable. Alternatively, we could, well, yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, so now let's go find out how we do this. Let's look at the release tool. So we export all platforms here, export platform. This is going to make a zip file. I don't think there's any way around that. Then we need to unzip it, put a new thing in there and rezip it. Hey again, Cypher. I think we have to unzip what Godot makes, add files, then rezip it. I don't like the idea of that. Yeah. I'd love for there to be some way to do this in Godot, but there wasn't the last time I checked. When you export, you can only export as, maybe you can export as something that's not a zip. No, it's got to be a zip file, I guess. If you export as a zip, but then you can't put any extra things in there. Yeah, these would all just end up in the application itself. Man, and I looked this up a while ago when it came to license files. I guess it was in exporting Godot. Yeah. You have to add the file to the exported folder, but before distributing it. This one can provide this functionality? Man, that'd be kind of cool. What does this do? Copy files and export is an add-on for Godot 4, which allows you to define a set of files and directories which will be copied alongside the project when it's exported. To configure, head to project settings, copy files and export. This sounds like exactly what I want. It's version 0.3.1. It's MIT licensed. Yeah, let's go look at the files. Yeah, sounds like what I want. The following structure, like read me your game. Okay, yeah. Wait, what? It needs to come from res. Oh my god. That means I gotta exclude it. Yeah, I don't want it to also be inside the game itself. I mean, maybe I could change that if I wanted to. Table in that section defines file and directory mappings, which we copy to the export location. Click add to add a new mapping. Hey, Darkstorm. Will they survive the build? I guess unused resources are stripped out. So there are two things we could do. We could either put it into the PCK file itself. So for example, here we have skeleseller.app. This is on Mac. If you show package contents, you won't see sprites, for example. But like items are in the game. What's happening is it's putting them into this. So this 67 megabyte thing. So if we wanted, we could put the sheet music in here trivially easily. But then the only way to access it would be that the game code needs to run and pull it out of there. Or users need to get some PCK viewer and then pull the files out themselves. So the other thing we could do is package this alongside the executable But then I either need to write the tooling or I need to use something like this. Hey, Wendy. How's your evening going? And I think the problem with this is it looks like it's pulling from the game folder. So I would need to do something where I set it to exclude. Yeah, I set it to exclude those and then add them in myself. It'd probably work. There are a whole lot of files here, though, and I don't really trust this on its own. So I need to look through everything that it's doing. Actually, it doesn't look like there are that many files. Yeah. So how do they actually get this to work? Let's clone this repo and take a look through it. Temp get clone, copy files on export. I'll open this, but I don't want to trust it. Usually something about trust pops up right about now. Huh. Weird. What are the export selected resources option in the resources tab? Yeah, that exports it into the PCK file though. So yeah. All right, so how does this actually function? Export PCK zip option, ignore unless it's Mac OS, then we can't really tell that option apart. Append to the zip file that's created? Zip path, how do they do that? Oh, wow. Append, add in zip. I didn't know that was a thing. Does C# have that? Because if C# has that, I could just do this myself. Yeah, C# append to zipped file. What does Godot do with the files that were added to the C# project as copy to output folder? Do they get put in the PCK file too? I don't know. I don't even know if we do that. So yeah, I'm not sure about that. Zip file that opens zip archive mode update. Interesting. Create entry. Huh, I didn't know this was a thing. Okay, yeah, maybe we'll just do this then, because it seems pretty simple. All right, so how do we test this? Let's go to the release tool. Oh, I'm not in the right thing. Yeah, who cares about this anymore? All right, let's go to the release tool. And instead of export all platforms, let's export one platform. I'm going to do Mac for this. Let's also not do this or this or this or, well, I guess we need some of this stuff. Well, we could just type in the build flavor equals release. Okay, new version equals the current version. Modify presets, sure, whatever. Don't do anything afterward. And we export the Mac Steam version. All right, cool. Now in export platform, we do all this stuff. It says successfully exported, but that is not all we need to do. Now we need to like modify the zip file. Where does the output directory go? Oh, this doesn't give us the whole thing. All right, how about this? Let's say like add extra files to zip. Logger. And maybe we need the platform? Yeah, heck if I know. All right, now we make a private static void add. There we go. It says extra files. All right, so the export path should be configured correctly, right? Yeah, that's in the out folder. So we need to get the path to the zip file. Path to zip file. This isn't even correct either, is it? How did something needs to know, I guess upload tools needs to know where the output folder is, right? Build output path, here it is. Platform.export path. Why don't I make a platform.zip path? All right, we're just gonna do that. zip path. So that's this. And this could be platform.export path. Yeah. Nice. We're making progress. So we don't need this anymore? No, we don't. Cool. I'm happy with that. Where else do we use this? What is this? Why do we get the zip file name? We don't even use this. And this can just be that now, but why do we use the export path? That's strange too. Get directory name. Why do we do that? We didn't even use that either. Oh, no, we did. Down there. Unzip path. Okay, sure. All right, anywhere else that we use this? Nope. That's it. So here we just need the zip path. Then we need this code, zip archive. So using this equals open zip path update. Now I want to add stuff to it, like so. So how does this work? Create entry from file. Source file name and an entry name. Name of the entry to be created. Path to the file and the file system to be copied from. All right, so let's just try taking... Let's take... I don't know. Let's say garbage slime cover. Let's just put that in there. I just want to see if this is working. So string fake path equals this. Whoops. There. All right, so that's our source to add. Now where I want to add it is going to be in like extras / testeroni. I don't know. I don't know how this operates. I might need to make these files, or the folder paths, I mean. Expected as semicolon. Because this all needs to be in parentheses. Okay. Now, how about instead of doing any of that stuff, how about we just make it use a zip file from over here? So in fact, let's zip stream captions. Compress. Wait, no, this is stupid. I'll just make a new thing. Temp touch hi to a.txt. And then let's zip this. Oops, that meant to be cat. Okay, let's delete both of those and do that again. All right. There. Okay, now we compress that. And that is, we're just gonna call this like testeroni.zip. How are you so consistent? I know some people, including myself, start something for maybe a week, if that, and struggle to follow through. What keeps you going? Well, for one, I want to do this. Two, I think this stream helps with accountability. If I just didn't show up for 3 days in a row, people would probably be asking like, what's up? What's happened? And yeah, I think part of it too probably has to do with delayed gratification of, you know, if you sit there with one marshmallow in a room for 10 minutes, can you hold out so you can get 2 marshmallows? Hey, Katie. Happy 1 week streak. All right, we are going to put this here. So like zip path equals this. And now we can just call this and just see if that works. In fact, I can just do this up here. Godot tools dot add files to zip. We don't need a logger. We don't need any of this. I'm just going to copy. Let's just take the whole function and just put it over here and then just return. Can you do that? I don't know if you can do that. We'll find out. All right, there's our tool. Let's go try to run it. unreachable code detected. That's totally fine. But now this zip file should contain a picture. Extras, testeroni. There's no picture in there. Okay, well, I did modify it up until that point. We need to get the rest of that working. Now what? We got to recreate the zip file. I should probably make a backup of it. There. Hey, Kevin. Well, so you know what I would recommend if you are having a problem with this? There's a book called Atomic Habits. It's a pretty quick read, and it's like mostly common sense things said in a way that I think are pretty beneficial. And it kind of boils down to, if you want to do something, make it easy and fun and rewarding and something else. I don't remember what. And if you don't want to do something, make it the opposite of those things. So like, hey, I'm trying not to eat as much. It's like, well, just probably don't buy the food to have in your house in the first place, because then you'll be able to eat it. So you now have to make a trip to the grocery store to get that food. Or I don't know, the other things you can do. I haven't read that book in a while, but I take a bunch of notes on it. But yeah, I highly recommend that book. I think it's pretty good. You read it? Okay, yeah. Okay, so what am I doing wrong here? Do I need to specify the image, like garbage slime cover.png? If that's it, then this is not hard at all. And also, I'm totally happy with this as a solution. No, I don't want to open that. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? It still didn't. What am I missing? Create entry from file. Destination, source file name, entry name. It's making the path. It's just not putting the image there. Huh. New file info. Full name and file info.name. I don't see what I'm doing wrong, other than I'm trying to put it in a folder. Maybe this would work just fine if I didn't have the folder name there. How's that? This did not work. Also, does this already contain the extras folder? You need to create an entry and then copy it or something? I'm not sure. Hang on, let me see. In this example that I was following, which I've probably just gotten rid of. No, I have not. Create entry from file. Yeah. I don't see what I'm missing here, other than I'm not making a file info, but I don't see how that would... That looked like the zip didn't update. Yeah. Something's definitely going wrong here. I can try running this again. It will have... Yeah, so it's now 13 kilobytes instead of 452 bytes. So this image has to be in here somewhere. Yeah, otherwise, why would this have so many bytes inside of it? This folder is 0 bytes. Is it hidden?
Whoops. Whoops.
How would I even know if it's hidden?
Whoops.
Because of that. Okay. No. 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 Okay. Why is this folder... It's 20 kilobytes. What's inside of it? Oh, the DS store file. That's 6 kilobytes. But then extras. Oh, it added DS store to all of these, so that's why. Well, it only added it to 2. That only accounts for 12 kilobytes though. Man, what am I missing here? Oh, it only says 12 kilobytes. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so that's what's going on. So it's not adding it. File info var versus string var. Well, so this is making a file info just so that it can get the full name, which makes me think that, I mean, we could try this, but yeah. File info equals new fake path. File info dot full name. File info dot file name. Just name? Okay, yeah. Something like that. So now I run this. It updates this. We ended up with still nothing. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And I got rid of the original thing now, so I got to recreate this. Oops, not duplicate that. Compress that. Could it be that the relative paths need to match? I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. Let's just go look at the actual documentation. Because I feel like this should be pretty easy. Zip file.open. And what do I want? Create entry from file. Add new files to an existing zip archive. Create entry. Creates an empty entry. So there's create from file. Where's the from file bit? This is in a zip archive. I don't see it here. Huh. Where's this exist then? Oh, this is in zip file extensions. Okay. Archives a file by compressing it and adding it to the zip archive. What could I be missing here? The path of the file to be archived. You can specify either relative or absolute. Relative is interpreted as relative to the working current directory. Yeah. Sure. And the name of the entry to create in the zip archive. What am I missing? Yeah, what am I missing? Kilolski. Hey, Couch, and hey, Larv. To get rid of that function you copy pasted, you're still getting unreachable code. Oh, am I just? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Thank you. I'm modifying the wrong thing. All right, I'm gonna give you a point. Hey, noob. All right, well, I was being a dummy, and that should have fixed it. That was always a risk that we would run. Yep, there's the, okay, great. All right, problem solved. I was just. Oh no, why am I so stupid sometimes? All right, so yeah. All right, so I want to put stuff into this zip file, and the paths I want are going to be all the extra ones. So I guess let's get, yeah, let's do things this way. I think this is pretty much fine. Okay, so fake path. What do we want to put in here? I'm not actually sure what I want to put in here. I want the README and I want these files for sure. But then do I also want the Sibelius files? Should people have access to those for some reason? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Okay, so just the TXT and the PDF files. And I'd like to not have to modify this again, so let's just take them all from there. So sheet music path equals path tools dot game.dir name. I don't know. I think you run this from the game directory, so I think we can just get this from there. Extras / sheet music. Yeah, and this is where I wanted to go inside the, so this is like source sheet music path and then destination sheet music path. So they're just going to be the same thing. That's fine. And then where we pull this from, I want all text and all PDF files. So for each of these files in the source path, if path.get extension is, I'll just make a hash set of string sheet music extensions to copy is equal to .txt and .pdf. So now I want to check if this contains it. Actually, if it doesn't contain it, just continue, I guess. Otherwise, get this stuff. And create an entry, right? But the destination, this needs to be path.combine. Nice. Why did this get turned into that? I don't want that. All right, how are we looking? So how about we have it log what it's sending over there? Logger.log information, adding file path to zip path at destination. Now, the only thing I don't know if this is going to work is, does extension return the dot or no? Return value includes the period. Okay, that's easy. And we could probably do path extension dot to lowercase. There. This is on my machine, so it should be pretty apparent. And then let's figure out how many files we copied. Num files added equals 0. Num files added ++. And then if num files added is less than 3, then throw a new thing. Expected to add some sheet music to the zip file. How about just if it's less than 1 or equal to 0? I don't know. That's fine. Those, yeah. All right, let's go test that out. So this is going to run the actual build. So it'll take like 30 seconds. So I was running this somewhere else. By the way, the unreachable code here was expected because I was returning from the main program. I was just using the wrong function there. Oh, I was generous yesterday. Hey, leap your girl. So it should print out 7 things, I guess. Copied a text file and then 6 PDFs. Hey, Curdlefish. So I see what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and README. Yeah, perfect. All right, this was a lot easier than I thought. I mean, I guess even the hard way would have still been pretty easy. And my main struggle was just from me not realizing I was calling the wrong code. So now inside this zip file should be 2 wolves. Extras. Whoops, I didn't mean to load that. Well, now it's launching Skeleseller. Let's set this back to English. All right, there. Extras, sheet music. Yeah, so someone would see the README here. I originally composed each track for Skeleseller on the piano. I always thought it'd be nice to include some sheet music alongside the game. These pieces are intentionally pretty simple compared to the in-game tracks. Files as you see fit. Record yourself playing. I'd love to hear it. Cool. Yeah, sounds good. All right, that was that simple. I didn't know it'd be that simple. In fact, let's just go copy paste this into my other thing that we have here. So I'm not going to include the logger for this. I'm not going to include this. Expected to add some files to the zip file. This is just a decent thing to do. So source, I'll just say like licenses path and dest licenses path. Yeah, licenses. .txt.md. I'm just doing this as a demonstration. No one's adding sheet music to their game. All right, looks good. Anything else in here? So this zip path will do like /your game export from Godot.zip. Yeah, I'll delete this too. I don't want to confuse the example. Anything else? That's pretty much it. Yeah. I ended up writing some code to modify the zip file that Godot produces and added this to my release tool. I wonder how long this takes. I'd kind of like to time this, but I also don't really have the luxury of having the time to time it. So let's just move on. Yeah. It worked. I think we should be good. The application loaded. So we're just going to get rid of everything in here, I think. Is there anything that's needed here? Nope, nothing. So Godot tools now has what exactly? A zip path, that's fine. Add extra files as zip. Yeah, I don't think this really needs a comment. It's pretty clear. It's just adding sheet music stuff. And then what's upload tools do? Just uses this new function that I have. Okay. Well, that was nice. Add sheet music to exported builds. Yeah, that's it. You have any unit tests? Not really, no. Do you think they're necessary for game dev? I think that it all depends on a bunch of things. I think your team size, your code base size, your user base as well. Like, let's say you have no players. Who cares if you have tests or not, right? If the tests slowed you down, sorry, if the lack of tests slowed you down from making the game, then tests could be important. If you have lots of bugs, tests could be important. If you have lots of regressions, tests could be important. If you work with 5 different people and they're always struggling to, I don't know, just, yeah, be fast at developing, tests might be helpful. Can you sell other skeletons? Yeah, that's why it's called Skeleseller. Why else? Yeah. So in general, like, if everyone could write bug-free software, tests would be totally pointless. Well, not totally pointless. I guess the hardware could still be bad, but they'd be mostly pointless. Obviously, this is a flawed predicate here. No one's going to write bug-free software. But I think it comes down to, like, what's the term? Cost value? God, no, there's some better term. What is the thing I'm trying to say? Just what's the trade-off between time and benefit that you get? Cost benefit? Is that? Yeah, cost benefit. Thanks, you Shine Bright. Yeah. Just what's the cost benefit analysis of this? So I kind of mentioned this already, but you could imagine if you're dealing with some legacy code base, by the time you finally write tests for it, you might have forgotten how the code base works and what things you want to test. And at that point, if you need to develop on top of it, you start writing new code. However, I think you also write tests in parallel so that anything that you find has a test behind it. And I think that that's probably the most basic test philosophy is anything that regressed should have should have a test covering it to make sure it doesn't regress again. Hey, Referty. Were you doing some sort of vid or class, etc. on your note-taking approach or schema? I'm getting lost in my sauce on a project and think the way you do your notes will help greatly. Yeah, I do plan on doing this. A few people have been asking me more and more lately, actually. So I have it on my list. I don't know when it'll happen, though. It might be months, honestly. It might be a year. We do BDD. What is the B? Something driven development. Well, what is the B? Behavior. Okay, yeah. Oh, we have 2 people named Shine in chat now. I'll try to say you Shine Bright's full name then. Hey, Ultramar. Yeah, but okay, so in general, the reason why I don't have tests is because I don't think that the benefit would have outweighed the cost at this point. Something else you need to consider, at least when you're on a very small team, is what is your momentum toward launch and what are your costs toward launch? So let's say you're planning to make a game in 6 months. And let's say by adding tests, you add it like 1 month to that. You might not have 1 month extra resources to do. Maybe you need to pay rent for that month, and it's like, well, I cannot afford doing this. So you need to scrap something. And yeah, I don't think anyone would argue that tests are more important than the software itself. You don't have a product if you don't have the software. So like you can't just have tests for nothing. If that's not a product, right? It's like you wouldn't be able to make money from that. So yeah, anyway, it's cost benefit analysis. Yeah. Middle of experimenting with AI writing unit tests for some low level code. I'm enjoying how it came out. Yeah, something to be careful there is making sure that it's actually testing stuff and not just that it looks like it's testing stuff. And that's where I think running code coverage is really good, because you can at least find out like what are giant red blocks in the code and how do we test those. There's one other thing I'll say really quickly, and I'll stop rambling about this hopefully. I think writing tests as you go forces you to write testable code. And that is very important, because it's not like, oh, well, I'll just write tests at the end of all of this stuff. It's like, well, you might need to re-architect things so that you can even test it. Like, let's say you wrote in a bunch of singletons in your code. It might not be easy to untangle those from the rest of everything else. It removes after it generates them. All right, so this is easy. Put them in the game somewhere, modify this, make sure the files are making the game, test this on my Mac. Where do the files actually go? Yeah, so I think this would be the ideal thing to do. Let's go. Should I publish a game right now? No, not yet, but I do want to test this. All right, how about this? Next time we publish the game, which I wrote this here, make sure on Mac and maybe have someone. Oh, wait a second. This comes in the demo though, doesn't it? Oh, I don't know if I want to do that. I didn't even think of that. Maybe have someone test this with the playtest version. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. I didn't even think about that. I don't want people like, okay, so I don't mind people getting the music for free in quotation marks. Like if you bought the game, then yeah, get the music, totally fine. But the demo should not have the music. Hey, player. All right, well, this shouldn't be that hard to change. We have the flavor here. The flavor, I guess the flavor doesn't tell you. Oh, wait, it does tell you this. Oh, no, that's not export. What am I doing? Export all platforms, logger, flavor. I guess we need the... Yeah, we just got to pass this in. Build flavor. So that when we export this, we can put these in only if we have the right build flavor. Okay, so if flavor is equal to the demo, then just return. Yeah. Don't bundle sheet music into the demo. I want people to have to buy the game to get it. Well, I guess we could test both things then. Make sure the demo doesn't contain, whoops, the sheet music. Yeah. Okay, looks good. I'm going to try running this. It's going to fail immediately because I have changes to the repo, and it makes sure you don't have changes to the repo. But if it fails in that way, then we know that it built at least. Yeah, it must have built. Nice. Okay. Statue changes. I'm not actually trying to run this now. Sorry, I'm trying to run it just to make sure it built. That's all. So it built. That's all I need to do. I'm not testing this right now. I'll test it later when I actually release this. Okay, so stop exporting sheet music for the demo. What about playtest? Playtest, fine. The playtest is only accessible via a key that I explicitly share. I think I shared about 70 of those keys. So yes, technically anyone with those playtest keys would be able to get the sheet music, but that's fine. I mean, these 70 people, I also offered them to just get the game for free too. So it's not a big deal. If it were a public playtest, it would be a problem. But at this point, there's no reason to ever have a public playtest. Well, I guess if there is, I might need to look at this again. I don't know. Yeah, probably not a big deal. Yeah, I could use .NET Build. I just didn't feel like figuring that out. I already had this command typed out, so whoops. Okay, so move the town theme from my force finish folder. Oh, the Scala wrap. I forgot about that. Okay, what do we do with the Scala wrap? I wanna just keep it on YouTube. I'm not gonna do anything else, but I kind of want to put it in there somewhere. I could just make Scala wrap.txt. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. All right, so where's this extra sheet music? Yeah, s Scala wrap.txt. All right, I'm just gonna put this link here. I hate my singing voice, but I may or may not have recorded a very cringy video telling the story of this is so bad. This is probably really stupid too. I gotta think of how a player would take this. I was thinking like, hello, you found this file. Unlocks on the in-game soundtrack after clearing all bone mode levels. It's a very bad reward. You ever have issues during development that make you really burnt out? I do more corporate dev and SAP consulting. Sometimes there are issues and problems that really burn you out when you work on them for too long. There are some difficult problems in game dev. Yeah. Getting burned out from them isn't necessarily how I feel. I think it's like a different kind of despair that I feel. And we've had a few of those in the last couple of weeks, actually. There were all the perf problems. There was the engine upgrade that we did, or update, I guess. There was the renderer change that we had to work on. There was some other thing too amongst those. And the way I look at it is it's all a learning. I think maybe you might have heard me say this before, Couch, but there's something that I always find kind of an interesting phenomenon. Let's say you spend 5 hours investigating a bug and you eventually find it and you fix it. And it turns out that it was 2 lines of code in the diff. And you're like, man, it took me 5 hours to figure out 2 lines. Like, it shouldn't be that way. I look at it as this was necessary. Like, you needed to spend that 5 hours to do this. And if you look at it as it's necessary, then you look at it as there was no other way to find those 2 lines of code. And the best thing that you can do is try to extract some learnings from it. So as an example, maybe if you'd involved someone else, you could have found it in 10 minutes. Like, that's part of the process. But if you didn't have someone else, then that wasn't a tool that you could use for that particular problem. And I think it's kind of the same here. It's like whatever you find that's burning you out, it's like maybe that sense of frustration had to happen for you to solve that. And if it's happening too much, then it might indicate that you either need a break, need a change, I don't know. This could be like need a new job, a new team, a new focus. So I think this is the operative part here is like, do you find that it's more problems than it is fun or more problems than it is some benefit for you? Now, granted, with an actual job, you're getting paid. So you might just look at it all like it's bad and that, well, the money is good. Logo takes the whole screen. Yours is like 25%. That's because I'm on a different branch. The logo thing is, if you update main, you should have the smaller size now. None of those make you dread getting back behind the keyboard, right? No. The despair. So like I said, it's not exactly burnout. The despair that I feel is more like, what if something else is lurking here that I haven't found? Or what if I don't find a solution or the solution isn't perfect? Those are the sorts of things that strike me during those moments. And I've drawn this sort of picture or a lot on stream before, but if you think of like your kind of confidence over time, it's a roller coaster. And I always, when I'm at the top of one of these, I'm like, oh my God, game dev's the greatest. Everything's going great. This game's going to do well. And I get to the bottom of one of these and I'm like, why'd I ever do this? What am I bringing to the table, etc. And I'm trying more and more as I get more experience just with these sorts of problems. Like I've seen this roller coaster play out enough times where when I notice I'm going into one of these troughs, to just trust that, hey, at no point in the past have I ever gotten stuck in a trough. I've always made it out of that. And you can kind of think about this for every problem you've ever encountered in your entire life. Like if you're not still stuck on that problem, then every single other problem you've ever encountered, you've gotten past somehow. So it stands to reason that you can probably get past the next problem too. I'm talking about like non-life threatening things, right? Like, yeah, sure, maybe you can't bring someone back from the dead or something like that. But if your problem is like, oh, this tech is tough, or I don't like my job, or I don't know, anything like that, you can eventually get over that. Hey, Kaiza. Sometimes, at least in my line of work, it's often you have to work around stupid limitations. When a bunch of those sorts of issues pile up, it can get really bad. Yeah, and that's where I say I think it's worth weighing the benefits of your job, because there's a big equation that goes into, is your job a good job? And it's not just how much time are you putting in and how much money are you getting out. It's also, how do you feel day to day? How do you like your team? Is your manager ever yelling at you? Those sorts of things. Frustrating for a Monday, but I found it. Congrats. Yeah. Okay, so how do I give this to players? I don't want this to be advertised in the game at all. I just want people to potentially find this and say, well, how about this? I think the sheet music is actually decent, but if you open this file, then maybe you're ready to experience the cringe that is my singing voice. There, how about that? Enjoy, Adam. Okay, there, that's it. That's what we're putting in there. Add link to Scala Rap. I shouldn't be publicizing this. I should be hiding this on YouTube. Make sure Scala Rap made it in. All right, so that's done. And then hooks. Let's go find that. I did this for the sake of gaming press, which I don't know if they're going to care about that. I made sheet music for each track. Included them in the purchased game. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, there was a last updated at the top of that, wasn't there? Yeah. Today. Cool. So that's done. Yeah. I'll be proud of the Scala Rap when I look back. I don't know about that. I'm proud of the lyrics. I'm proud of the underlying music, just not my voice. I want someone else to cover it, and then I'd happily include that. Okay, so next up is this. Our hyphens are very high up. So let's reload this. Let's go make a new label. And this is a test of the hyphen height. Yeah, I think even in English, this is a little bit too high up, right? I mean, in English, it's the same height no matter what language it's in, but at least in English language fonts, you'd see it lowered down. I guess what we can do is we could just type it in anywhere else, right? This, oh, I'm not even typing. Let's copy paste this whole thing. Okay, so here's what this looks like over here. And here's what it looks like in Godot. And if we just zoom in, so it's in like the middle of the S. And here it's at the top. Okay, so I can just lower this. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, we just got to be careful that we don't lose ligatures if we do this, because that's happened to me a lot of times. So let's go into the fonts. Wait, where did I just put that? Yeah, I put that in the right spot, right? Sorry, hang on one sec. Yeah, good, cool. All right. Fonts, assets. How deep are you in the typography rabbit hole? Deep enough that I'm now familiar with this program. All right, so this is a regular hyphen, and its position is 344. Hyphen is currently at 344, which is too high. Let's take a picture of that. Let's close out of every single one of these. Good. And let's get a picture of this. So this is 344. I'll just bake it right into the text. Why not? Okay. And we said it should be lower. So it's in the middle of the S. How low does it need to go for that to happen? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know. I don't think that's right. Why is it 344? If I lower this. No, that's like hardly lowering it. I need to lower it like there. I'm just going to try 268. Yeah. Aren't you at risk of it looking stupid behind other characters? The hyphen? I don't think so. Or maybe I'm not understanding what the risk is. Remember, any of this that we do, we got to make sure that it didn't delete the ligatures. In fact, maybe it's worth just typing out the ligatures. Yeah, let's do that. FFFT. There. So ligatures, they're all connected using our special characters. Now we go find the fonts folder again and then paste this in and rename it to Skeleseller main. Go open this up and we should see the hyphens drop. Nice. Actually, that looks pretty much perfect, right? Yeah. I'm pretty happy with that. This is with it set to 268. Yeah. He must go Busto. Hey, can you join Discord, Musco Busto? I don't know if you're already on there. Do you have different heights for hyphens behind capital letters? I don't think the hyphen changes heights. I think it need to be a ligature if it could change height based on the preceding or following letter. And we don't have any ligatures with hyphens. So I think it should be fine. Anyway, here's the 268. Part of the reason, by the way, I asked Musco Busto is because of the sub Sunday thing you told me about. I want to ask you some questions about it. And you don't have to if you don't want to. Okay, so yeah, this looks much better. This is but one font and it's one hyphen. And we have a bunch of hyphens. But first, I just wanted to double check this. Is this roughly the same general positioning as we see over here? So if I like super zoom in on this, they're different fonts, but I just want to see like, yeah, they're roughly the same. Like close enough. I think this one could be lowered even a little bit more, but it doesn't look out of place now. Yeah, that's good. Because this looks natural enough to me. So that was 268. So we technically need to change every hyphen to be 268 now. So in the Latin supplement, we have this soft hyphen. And this is also 344. So we set that to 268. And then any other hyphens? What's this? I don't know where this even shows up. So I'm not going to touch that. I think it's good. Is there anything else? Shouldn't be. Oh, God, there are. 44, okay, 268. This one. And this one. I don't think we use these in the game anywhere. Anyone else planning to vote for Skelezeller on someone's sub Sunday? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know if it's a subversion of the expectations there. I feel like it's a vote, so whatever. Plus, I have to spend money to do it. So, yeah. Also, it is against the rules or something. I would not submit it. I have certainly prevented myself from getting certain benefits as a result of following rules. Okay, so we're going to export this again. We're going to really, really hope that the ligatures make it in. I think I saw them get exported there. Now we copy this over to here. Copy the name and load it. So now all of the dashes should look fine. But in order to get those dashes, we need to be able to type them all. Well, not really. We can just inspect element on this. And then copy the glyph out of here. There it is. So copy that down to here. Now let's put an S there for reference. And now we need all the other ones. At least we only have to do this once. So then this one. And the final one is this one. Nice. Hey, Vacillate. Yeah, it's Weblate. And thank you, Darkstorm. Redesigning font faces. Just lowering the hyphens in them. The old thing that we had, the old height was this. And thankfully, Hideo commented on this saying, like, these hyphens are way too high. So yeah, this was at the height of 344. When I lower it to 268, it looks pretty natural. So yeah. So that's what we're doing. This shouldn't take very long. So we've done one font so far. I've imported in the game. Our ligatures are gone. Look at that. This is why we test this stuff. Let's export again. I don't know if it ever can fix itself. Like, are the ligatures already gone from here? No, they're there. They just aren't exporting. Yeah, I've had this bite me so many times that I tested now. And I don't know if it ever fixes itself. So let's see if that fixed it. No, they're still gone. I wonder if we can even do anything about it now. Maybe they're just gone for good. And I need to like reopen this. I don't really think I'm doing anything when I click export, am I? I mean, it's not like I'm navigating away. Could we just double click this to see if the ligatures are there? You type in here? No. Validation report. What's this? Three problems. Name, table structure, duplicate fonts. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. Damn. Annoying. What happens if I export the SVG one first? Well, that saves immediately. What do I do? What if I click this and then click away and then save? Did that work? I did two things, so I won't know which one worked. Unless we only have one ligature. No, we don't have any. All right, the only way I've ever figured out how to fix this is to just reopen the whole font and make all the same changes again. I don't like doing that. Yeah, I don't like doing that. What are you gonna do? Let's just do it. So now I gotta revert the font that we just changed and make all the changes again. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it's not like it's hard. It's just, it's annoying to do this all the time. This isn't even a hyphen. Use the hyphen. Okay, so 268. And then we have what, 3 more characters we need to do this for? Yeah, and they're all over here. I think I just click next for these. Okay. It doesn't take too long, at least. I'm so glad I typed those ligatures out, though. Oh, let's close all these other things I have open. Good. So we good? Nice. We got our ligatures back, and the hyphens are all at a good point. Cool. So that font is done. We have 2 more fonts, and I don't know if there's a problem in those fonts. So let's go switch to them and find out. Font, quick load. So there is this font. These are better, but I think, oh, actually, I don't know. Maybe this is fine. These look like a normal, they're higher up than they are in the other font. Yeah, I'd probably lower them a little bit. What's your favorite ligature? I typed, what did I type? I typed YouTube the other day. And I don't know where I even typed it, but a ligature came up for, I think, the TU. Yeah, it like nudged them close to each other. I don't know if anyone remembers where I did that, but that blew my mind. I've never seen that before. I'm like, this is wrong. Just because you can make a ligature doesn't mean you should. What is a ligature? A ligature is something like this. Normally you type FF and they're like spaced out normally, so separate characters. A ligature is basically changing the spacing about them somehow for certain combinations. So FF, FT, you typically combine these in some way, or TT, something like that. TI, sometimes you make it so that they the dot of the I goes away. Same thing with FI. You might have ever seen, yeah, here. Like, have you ever seen this where they kind of merge these two things? It's actually not even changing the spacing. Sorry, it's just you can use a completely different glyph if you want to. So yeah, these are ligatures. Now I need to pay attention to that. You probably see them in a decent amount on like news articles and stuff. They tend to use fonts that have them. And then for coding, sometimes people, instead of using like equals equals and not equals, sometimes they turn them into like a consolidated thing. Like just imagine a longer equal sign. And for this, they turn it into like the mathematical not equal sign. I've never liked that, but I get the appeal. It's not for me. So yeah, let's lower this a little bit. So let's go back to this and load up the other font. Where is it? Here. I can see that TT in the font looking like a capital H. Yeah, it'll be in context most of the time though. Like instead of seeing just TT alone like that, you'd see it like battle. And if you speak English, you might initially see this as an H and then be like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. And oh yeah, this is a game about battling, so it must be the word battle. Same thing with something like settings. Yeah, it looks kind of like an H, but still in context, it's pretty readable. Yeah, I'm not a fan of ligatures in code either. I'm not really a fan of ligatures in general. I like them for some things. All right, so where's this located? 312. So we lowered 344 down to 268. We could also just lower this down to 268 as well, or we could try to match the same. Yeah, let's just lower it to 268 and just see how it looks. Okay. I am going to take a quick break though, so let's just remember that I have not finished this font. I'm trying to take breaks every hour. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, hello again. Hey, demo light. Okay, close the game. All right, so I did not finish this font. I remember that. We just need to go through all these. Should not take very long. 268. 268. This one actually rises? Makes me wonder if I'm doing something stupid here. But I guess let's just try them and see. Yeah, I might as well just make them all at the same height. I don't think we use them all in the game anyway. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now let's export. And plop it in the game. Yeah, it looks better. We have our ligatures. Okay, cool. Do we have any extra ligatures for this? Yes, we do. So I should make sure they're all intact. So let's write them out. Oh, you know what would be best? Just take a picture of this. All right, and then write them out. T-I, T-J, E-E, F-F, F-I-I, T, L-L, O-O, T-T. Okay. Then paste them in over here. And yeah, nice. Okay, and we have one more font, and it is the bold font. Yeah. Okay, so basic Latin. Find this. Yeah, this should be pretty straightforward because it's the same as the other one, right? I wonder if just exporting twice causes this to happen. I wonder if I should go file in that issue that I had filed a while ago. This one, and this one. Good. Export. Okay, now we go plug that in. And load this and then change the font to bold. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah. Whew. Okay. Cool. So lower dash, lower hyphen-esque characters in each font. The Y coordinate for most of these characters was 344. I lowered it to 268 to make it look more natural. All right, we can cross that out the list. Next, if there's any extra time, look through GitHub issues to close out. So the only thing we still have to do today is release a new demo and stuff. So anything else we can get done between now and like an hour and a half from now, maybe something like that, would be great. Hey, Luna. Yeah, I got the cam back. I plugged it directly into my computer, I think. The hub is like kind of working, but I think it's on its way out. I also had it. I can't really pick it up because the cord is so short that I would unplug a bunch of things and showing you. But picture a rectangle kind of like this. It was resting on the desk, which means any heat it was emanating was going into the desk. So I stood it up so that now it's got more surface area exposed to the air. And hopefully that cools it down a little bit. I still love the idea of this being like a leaving emote. Okay, so we're gonna look through this for the like 7 millionth time. And let's see any issues we can close here. Maybe you can survive until you can find a new one. So I was looking into this particular. I bought a CalDigit dock, and they have like a four USB port hub. It's like $100. Their newest hubs are like $400 or $500. I think it's kind of crazy. It's like that's the price of a computer. Not anymore. Now the RAM and storage went up, but you can buy like the entry level Mac Mini for 600 or something, right? Hey, PG King, I saw briefly while I was on my break just now that you had responded. Thank you for taking a look. I really appreciate it. I want to incorporate what you said, but I am kind of limited on time. I know you offered to help out. I will have to get back to you. Yeah. Because I also want to get better at this stuff myself. And ideally, it's mindless work. So I'll have to look into it. But yeah, I really, really appreciate it. In fact, let me give you a point. Also, I don't know if you commented on the music itself. Did you find that pleasant? Was it like enjoyable enough on piano? Because I was concerned that some of it wouldn't translate very well. Like the second track in the game sounds like this. Wait for it. Here. And this is playable on piano, but it gets a bit more involved. Hey, TH. It's going well. I think you posted on Discord that you're going to be doing a talk. Congratulations. Anyway, waiting for the next instrument to come in. That's why I opened this up. Yeah, this. So yeah, this is too much for one person to play on piano and not have it be like a super advanced piece. Why did that not close? Oh, I already did it. It's recording. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to check it out at some point. Okay, what are we gonna look at? Fix intro fading. How hard is it to do this? Because I do think this looks a little unprofessional, but I don't know how hard it is to fix this. Still want to cross dissolve rather than fade to black. Then we can render it to a render texture and change its opacity. This line of code, what is this? Oh. I like to just fix this in a different way. Am I still using Sonar? Excuse me, I think I am, yeah. Require some hardcore arrangement, left hand, right hand switching. Yeah. And I want it to be simple enough for like most people to play. I think there's one that's in like, I think I put it in G flat major. And I think people will look at the key and be like, why didn't you just put this in C or G or something for us? Check the closed PR. He suggested a better solution there. Sub viewport. Is this all we have to do? Wait, seriously? If so, this seems like it's very simple. And thank you for pointing it out, Dark, because I did not remember this at all. I was gonna just go research it all myself again. So we have, it's not wake up that there's a problem, is there? Let me go try this out. How do we not skip the intro? Main skip intro. Here we go. So set this to false. Most C's are natural anyway. Oh yeah, good call. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I make a lot of amateur mistakes with that stuff. I gotta get better at that. I will definitely take a look at your feedback. There is no, hang on a second, right? There is no fade in on that? Or no problem? Yeah, there's no problem here because there's only one tile set, I guess. But in the next bit, there's a problem. Yeah, I want to fix that. Am I a musician? Yeah, I would say I'm a musician. I play piano, but I mostly do improv at this point. I used to do more like classical stuff where I'd learn a piece and I'd perform it at some point, but I never played enough where I could keep any sort of repertoire. And I didn't like the idea that I'm spending months to pretty much make a YouTube video or something, knowing that I would forget it eventually and that, yeah, I'm not going to keep practicing to the level where I get to keep those techniques that I did. It just felt wrong. So I wanted something that was more kind of sustainable for myself. So that's why I switched to improv a lot. And composition. I like composition. All right, so can we just throw everything into a sub viewport? And then what do we do if we do that? We don't even need a container. We literally just make a sub viewport and throw everything in. What is camera focus? Oh, that's not necessary, presumably. Can we just throw the entire scene in there? Can I just throw all of the intro stuff into its own sub viewport then and not do it even on this level? Let's see what this looks like. As any game dev, you're somewhat forced to maintain some composing capacities too. Yeah, and I like that aspect. I never really learned other instruments too much. So like I never picked up well, I guess I did pick up violin at some point, but not to any great extent. So there's a lot of techniques there that I think would be hard for me to compose for. Like I listen to violin concertos and I'm like, man, this is amazing. But I don't know how I'd even rate that music. Easier to learn a piece when you start to count in weeks, the practice time instead of months. Quite satisfying. Yeah, it's probably nice. It's just, yeah, I just didn't want to be spending my time that way. I think that's what it came down to. But there were some pieces that I always wanted to play that I just never could. And now it's kind of a shame. And I think if I wanted to get to that point, I need to practice for a long time. Okay, so I've clearly broken everything. Now let's turn off the music here. Because I'm going to hear the first like 3 seconds of each track and it's going to drive me nuts. So we can't just throw that into this, but possibly that's because I fetched... Wait, now why did that happen? There are no errors, right? Do I need to... Do I need to make something render the sub viewport? Huh. Which ones do I want to play? Let's see. I think, is this the right one? No. Number 7? Yeah, this one. I love this one. What else? La Campanella. I think the third musical moment by Rachmaninoff. The fourth Chopin Ballade. And is there anything else that's on my like piano bucket list? Probably the Mettner Sonata. Sonata Reminiscenza. Reminiscenza. Okay, that is not what I expected to find. Google does a better job there. I have played this before. I don't think I do a good job at it. I think voicing on this is pretty difficult. And I don't know. The list keeps going on as I continue to think about this. There's also a Scriabin Etude that's really nice. Anyway, those are all things that I think would take me long enough of practicing and like at least an hour a day. And I just never would put in that amount of time. Well, very rarely, I guess. I think it could have fetched the tile maps. Names are not unique. Yeah, it might have been that, which is what I'm thinking. I just put these into, like, how do we fade these in? Does the wake up scene itself fade in? Fade in. Fade in the dialogue. I don't care about that. I guess intro's doing it. Intro scene base. It fades in itself. Okay, so we could change the base to be. Oh no, this just inherits from base, doesn't it? It does. Oh man, fine. Okay, well, is there any reason that this then can't be a sub viewport? Probably because we move this slightly. Where does that movement happen? I see reposition here. Yeah, there it is, position. So we probably can't do that. But I could still change which layer we fade at, I think. Oh, so you're like, I want to play the hardest pieces. Yeah, pretty much. I think it's the third one that I'm talking about. I've tried it myself too. I put a lot of hours into it. I just have not been able to complete it. Let me see if it is that one. Because he wrote 6 of them, I believe, and I always confuse 3 and 4. No, it's 4. 4 is the one I put a lot of hours into and that I wanted to play. Okay, so I'm gonna just share a video. Lugansky plays this fantastically. And if you want to watch a crazy piano piece, there's a good video. Yeah, he does a really good job. Yeah, I think piano will always be near and dear to me. And I'd love to compose. And my next game, I'm thinking of working piano in a lot more. Although I should probably get like live performances for the game. I don't trust myself to be able to do them. All right, so we want to change this. I think the easiest way is to put these all into a sub viewport that we then fade in and not have the scene itself handle it. I wonder how we want to do this. I guess we give each one a sub viewport. All right, let's try that out. Sub viewport, just duplicate it a couple times. Yeah, accept quest, battle, and shop. It's going to be wake up sub viewport, accept quest sub viewport, battle sub viewport, and the final one is shop. So now we have 4 of these. Does this break anything on its own, I wonder? Piano seller. Piano store simulator. See, piano store simulator would be kind of funny. Yeah, this is not working. In that you'd have a bunch of people playing like really basic things on a piano in your shop. How did I get this to work in this scene? I don't understand. What did I do? Yeah, I have no idea what I did. Do I need to increase the size of this or something? 10, 19, 20 by 1080? I don't think so. It's probably gigantic now. And I think this is the solution for this sort of thing. Not the changing the size. I mean the sub viewport. Oh, wait, there's like a million errors here. Object not set to an instance of an object. Intro shop. Did I change something? I didn't change that. It should still be able to fetch these things. Huh, that's strange. Run this again really fast. Presumably fails as soon as we get into here. Yeah. So what's going on? This is in intro scene base. Oh, it's trying to fetch something that it can't access anymore. But what is it trying to fetch? Intro wake up. Process. Dialogue is not null. We just create this and add it. I don't get this at all. I don't get why this would change. I apparently added a sub viewport into there. But that shouldn't be causing it. Can't get the dialogue. What does this mean? It's still happening. Is ready not being hit in this case for some reason? Interface to a game world that doesn't create a window or draw to the screen directly. Something has to draw to it. This is what I didn't get. How did I make a sub viewport and then actually get this to render? Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Oh, I have it written right there. And I even circled two things and I just ignored the other thing. Oh my God. All right. Well, we'd make a sprite then that looks like the sub viewport. So I guess we would put these into the scenes themselves. All right, I probably shouldn't have to do that. Let's add a sprite 2D. But then what's causing this dialogue thing to fail, I wonder? Texture is a... Isn't there a viewport texture? Yeah. Okay, how's that? Still probably going to complain about the dialogue. So the scene doesn't render anymore. Maybe we set this back to what it was. Still doesn't render, and it's still probably spewing errors left and right. It is. What's wrong here? Canvas layer.add child. The dialogue doesn't exist, which even that I don't understand how that's possible. How would process get called if ready isn't called? Unless this isn't in the scene tree. Oh, it's probably not. Okay, that's why I did a sub viewport here. All right. Well, I borked pretty much every part of this that I could. Yeah. So let's just set this back to how it was. And then over here we can change this. So add a sub viewport and add a sprite 2D and give this the viewport texture of the sub viewport and then put everything in there. And the main character and probably this. This is prime testing. This is, I don't know if this is a good use of my time right now. This is just to fix the fade in on the intro. And okay, that's weird. What could have gone wrong with that? Intro wake up is still failing. I didn't even modify intro wake up at this point, did I? I did. Okay, I see. Okay, maybe all I want in there are the tile maps. Yeah, maybe I did this in kind of a silly way. Put this back over there. How's this look now? Okay, this would simplify things quite a lot. I think this problem would be pretty easy to solve if this ends up working. Okay, we lost our tile maps. I'm assuming we need to set this sub viewport somehow differently. I really should have included some code here, huh? First thing the player sees. Yeah, I think it's still worth spending some time on. I just don't know how long I should be spending on this. Okay, what if we do match this? If I set this to 1920 by 1080, is that somehow fine? Because this is not the size that everyone would have, right? No, it's still not working. There's no background. Where did the background go? I see how that works. Okay. So what if we just move this over here? It's going to be in the wrong part of the screen. And it's probably going to be too small, I guess. It's actually not too bad. So what we need is center that. What does this do? I mean, I'm not exactly sure where we move this to. It was too far, what, down? And it needs to move up and to the left, but only by a little bit. Which probably means that just this needs to align to this. And then we're fine. It's cut off, but the character looks like they're sleeping in their bed now. Why is it cut off? Yeah, that's the perfect position for them, but then the top of this is cut off. Oh, it looks cut off even there. Maybe it's because of how this is positioned inside of this. Weirdly, it's not that. Take care, Leafy Girl. Thanks for that gifted sub. Hope you have a good evening. Well, good night. What am I chopping off here? Yeah, no, none of this stuff is controlling it. If I just increase the height, no. I don't understand that. I'm not making this up, am I? Before we had the sub viewport, this was rendering with the wall. Yeah, it's definitely rendering with the wall. I guess it's just that this appears outside of the sub viewport's boundaries. Maybe that's what's causing this. In which case I just had to move this downward. Is there anything else I have? No, I don't think so. If I increase this size? No. Should be moved inside the viewport? Yeah, I guess so. But then we need to shift where the player is, or shift where the viewport is. What's weird to me is, oh, because we're not moving this. Oh, I understand now. I clicked tile maps and I dragged it, and yet it selected sprite 2D. I don't even know how you move this. Like this? Okay, there we go. So now the character's going to be in the wrong spot, but we can move the sprite to accommodate that. So it'd be something like there. Actually, we should be able to figure out exactly where it should be, right? You just don't center this. And then move the whole thing. And now it should be at 0, -16. Possibly. The tiles should be 16 by 16, I think. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We don't even need to modify the scene. I don't know why I'm doing this. We have to modify this scene. So what I want to do first is get a picture of the demo. Yeah, let's try that. So new game, just get a picture immediately. All right, so this is what it looks like in the demo. And now what do we have in the full version? Oh, wait, I want to copy that. Is this pretty much the same? No. They should be like, what, 4 pixels farther down? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think 4. 4 pixels farther down. Should be like that. But why does -20 make sense? Isn't each tile 16 by 16? $16 by 16, yeah. Maybe because maybe because the original one already had an offset. That's possible. I didn't even look at that. Tile maps. We wouldn't be able to tell from this, would we? Doesn't look like there's an offset though. I guess a character could have been offset. Yeah, where do we have the main character? Position is 47. Wait, hold on. Characters are 16 by 20. So if I want to put them on a tile, I don't know. It's off by 1 from the nearest multiple of 16, but I guess that could mean anything. Also, we'd probably need to know the main character, what this scene actually looks like. It's centered. So it's going to be off by 10 pixels. And what did we end up with here? Moving this 9 or something? 20? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, as long as it looks good, right? So let's try this now. So is this the same as this? Yes. I think so. We can trim this a little bit. These the exact same? Yeah, I think they're the same now. Okay. We did it. This was absolutely pointless. Absolutely pointless. But the next scene, intro, what, quest accepted? So why is this a problem over here and it's not a problem on the other one? Is it because there are no overlapping tiles here? Those don't overlap. Let's just move. It's shifting everything for some reason. Oh, when you double click this, yeah, if you double click, it puts it in a view. That's new. That's interesting. Is it true when you double click even over here? No. Yeah, double clicking the visibility for some reason centers it. I would not expect that, especially because the double click is like very slow. At least it feels that way. Yeah, so I still haven't figured out. Oh, maybe this one doesn't fade in. Intro wake up, does it? It inherits from base. Base calls fade in on start scene. Start scene is called from intro. Yeah. Wake up scene dot start scene. No, it's done there too. Oh, maybe because another scene isn't fading out at the time? Fading multiple tile maps. Okay. Yeah. So then what I just did is pointless. All right, well, whatever. It's easy enough to try now for this next thing, right? So I go to intro accept quest and we make a new sprite 2D and put this up here and then make a sub viewport and then put that there, put the tile maps underneath. This is fine however it is. This needs a viewport texture that's set to point to the sub viewport. And then the positioning of this needs to change. Can we just not center this? And then I wrote some debug code in here to immediately skip somewhere. Debug skip to accept quest. Except for this won't work, will it? Because the only problem was when we're fading out a different one. I'm not certain, and this wouldn't prove it because I apparently, if I did fix it, then we wouldn't know because I never skipped to this one as broken. Now this is cut off too. Something's still weird about this. Why does it look so weird in the wake up scene? Hey, I'm going to launch this one more time and we're going to take a close look at this. Because I think this should have a problem here too. There, that's all it takes. Now we go watch the VOD. Now we go frame by frame. Loading. Okay, here it is fading in. Anything look unusual? No. Why does this look fine, but the other one doesn't? Huh. I don't know why. And then, how'd I get this looking pretty good over here? Maybe I was just zoomed in. Yeah, maybe I was zoomed in. Whoops. All right, well, this is going to be kind of annoying to do, but yeah, it is the very first thing people see because it's the intro. I don't even know how that's fading in now. I guess we're just fading in the whole canvas layer, in which case we don't need to change the modulate on the sprite. So now it's just about getting this sprite to look good. So we can't position things outside of the viewport. Is there no other way to do this? Well, that seems to have permanently broken things. I tweened its modulate. I guess maybe by virtue of, no. It's just by virtue of tweening the parent of the sprite. The sprite is being tweened now. So this just magically works. The only issue is then getting this to render correctly. And if we could just disable clipping, it'd be fine. But I don't think that's possible because I don't think it makes any sense. Yeah, I don't think that's possible. So we just need to move the tile map. But every pixel that I move it by, I need to compensate by moving the sub viewport. So let's take this out of here for a second. So I have what, 2 tiles above this? How many is that? Too hard to count tiles. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 tiles. So now I put this back in the sub viewport and then move this by 4 tiles. So position is set to 64. And then set this to negative 64. No, set the sprite to negative 64. Okay, that should just do it. Oh my god. All right, what about in the other direction? Nothing got cut off on the other side. No, it didn't. Okay. So that should just fix that one. Next up is intro battle. This one also has a major problem. This one's got some to the top and some to the left. So we gotta count tiles. This one is 6 tiles off to the left, and on the top it is 6 tiles off. Okay, so we gotta move it by 96, 96. So let's make our sprite 2D. There. Don't center it and set it to 96, 96. No, negative. There. And then make a sub viewport. All right, this isn't too bad. Then set this to what exactly? I needed to do something on this. No, maybe I need to do something on this. Oh yeah, right, change this thing. Negative 96. No, positive 96. Yeah, that's it. Cool. All right, and then the final one of these is intro shop. Where's the scene? There it is. All right, so on the left side, we are totally fine. And on the upper side, we are at 100 and what's the next marker? That's 125. So this must be 112. Yeah, 112 means 7 tiles. So yeah, we just do all the same things we just did. 7 tiles. 2D, so this becomes negative, the other one becomes positive. Center, negative 112. Okay, now I've clearly messed something up. Oh, right, no viewport. Hey, nice. Okay, cool. Then that's it. I think we fixed everything. So now I just run this and we watch the intro. It wasn't as bad as I thought. Let's have music for this. It's beautiful. Oh man. What an improvement. Yeah. Xylotics, I could not have done this without you. Thank you so much. No, honestly though, Dark, I really appreciate that you reminded me that I had even looked into this because I did not remember this at all. Yeah, the rest of this stuff should be fine. I'm still gonna watch it though. I don't want you to ever meet their end like that. True dat, skeleton. True dat. Now what happens when we fade in the main map? Seems fine. Well, how is that fine? Because it's in its own scene? No, because the town has a sub viewport? Yeah, that's why. Wow. Okay. Well, we learned something. And I need to go write it down. Did I ever take a picture of this? No, I did not. Unless I did it in Godot UI. Well, it belongs in this note. But no, I did not. Okay. Same screenshot was in the issue you filed. This one. Oh my God. Yeah, this. Oh, okay. I just don't read anything I write. Well, this is kind of the issue that we had here. I'll probably copy this and put this in my notes. Do we have anything about sub viewports somewhere here? No, although this is kind of more of a tile map layer kind of thing. Okay, so fading in a tile map layer. I'll do it like that. Tile map layer. Looks weird. How do I say this better than that? And what's going on? The layers, you can see individual layers. It's because the modulate. I think it's just doubling the opacity. Yeah, because we're changing the modulate of everything, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fading in layered tile map layers. Looks weird. So in this screenshot, you can see the green boundary around the stone, but it's supposed to be the same color as the surrounding tiles. So let's take a picture of what it should look like, which is this. And let's try to get the same general like shot here. So it's around the lamppost. This looks fine. You can't tell where one tile map layer ends and another begins. I think they added an image resizing. No, they didn't. Or I thought they did. I could just do this. Here's what it should look like. Hey, Dragon Master. The treetop having the color of the floor in this picture. I don't think I see what you mean. You can even do a quick GIMP test, fill 2 layers of 50% and overlap them. Yeah, actually, I guess that's true. This isn't even a Godot problem. This technically isn't even a Godot problem. This is just what happens when you have 2 layers fading in from 0 opacity and yeah. You essentially need to treat them as 1 layer, which you can do using a sub viewport. Topmost 10 pixels are the same color as the floor, I guess because of blending, or does the tree naturally have that color? In here, I think the tree probably does kind of have that color naturally. Well, I guess that same green isn't exactly in here. Yeah. Can you use a canvas group? Oh yeah, that's the whole point of canvas group, isn't it? Wait, so I even overcomplicated this right here? Canvas group. Didn't I look into this at some point though? Like the whole point of this is to treat it as one? I must have looked into this. Hang on a second. I think you're right. I think that's a better solution than this, but why did we not write this down somewhere?
Whoops.
Huh. Okay, let me try that. Because, yeah, I think that's a better solution because I don't need to do this weird positioning stuff and we don't render to a texture that we don't need. So instead of, yeah, let's replace this here. So let's put in a canvas group. I already had one. And let's move this up here, put everything underneath it, delete this stuff. Wait, tile maps is already a canvas group? Oh, it is. And it didn't work. Maybe I messed something up in here? Strange. Yeah, strange. I am using a canvas group already. Why doesn't that work the way I expect then? Canvas group Godot. It's because we're changing the modulate of the whole thing. So like if I change this, yeah, we see the issue there. Maybe what I should have been changing is the self modulate. Oh my God. Okay. That makes sense because this is just a node 2D and it's going to propagate the modulate down. Yeah, self-modulate is the key. Okay, all right. I got to write all this stuff down because, yeah, that's not what I expected. And either way, we're fading in the whole, like the root of this thing. Yeah, I modulate the root in the screenshot, but even if you modulate the canvas group itself, there'd be a problem. You have to self-modulate it, which I think my sub viewport way is actually now easier because I have a bunch of other things that I'm also modulating. I'd love to somehow just treat this as though it's one. Oh, wait, maybe we could. What if we put a node underneath this? Wouldn't that also work? Because a node doesn't have modulate. So if I do this and then put all these under there and then modulate this. No, it does nothing. Yeah, it does literally nothing. How does this work? All right, whatever. Let's delete all that. Hey, Ski. Okay, well, so let's finish the notes. Okay, so this isn't even a Godot problem. It just happens when you have two overlapping textures or layers. And what's in our tile map here? Yeah, so I had this. The scene hierarchy is, so node 2D, tile map layer. We'll say like green fill, and then, I don't know, like stone, ground, and trees and lamps. Something like that. I don't think you had the node selected. I think you had the tile map selected, I think. Yeah, I did have the tile map selected. Because what I was trying to do, this is a canvas group, which makes it so that everything underneath it renders as though it's one child. So if I self-modulate this, you can see everything looks really nice. It's fading as though it's one entity. If I modulate this, you can see it does not fade as though it's one entity. It's fading as though it's like 6, 7 different entities. And here it's especially obvious. Like there's just like green patches. Just happens when you try and you have two overlapping layers fading in from 0 opacity. You essentially need to treat them as one layer for which you have two options. Put the layers into a sub viewport, then make a sprite 2D, which uses the sub viewport as a viewport texture. If doing this, yeah, so note anything in the sub viewport needs to have positive coordinates to appear in the sprite's texture. So you can move the layers positively and the sprite 2D negatively to offset this change. Hey, Tommy. Optionally put the layers into a canvas group, which is I'll get the documentation on this. Yeah, which draws everything as a single object. However, yeah, so this, if you do this, you need to modify the canvas groups self-modulate, not the modulate. If the canvas group... Well, wait a second. Doesn't that mean we could have just made the root of the scene the canvas group? Of all of these scenes a canvas group? And then self-modulated that? Yes, I think that does mean that. Howdy, Chenkle. Also because of our atlas. Sprites have the fill of the same color, which should not be there. Should be transparent. I don't really think much about that. Sprites have a fill of the same color, which should not be there. I don't know what you mean by that. Also, what is navigation? Navigation regions are enabled. Can I just turn this off? I don't know what a navigation region even is. Show or hide the nav meshes. I mean, these don't need navigation at all, but I don't know if that adds any sort of like overhead. I'll just turn them all off. You had the parent node thing you were trying and you said it didn't do anything. Then you undid it all. I don't think you had that new node selected when it did nothing. Maybe that's what you wanted. I don't know how it all works. I think that's what I wanted. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. That I was modifying the parent of that node and not the node itself. But it should, well, I thought at least that the self-modulate of the tile maps layer would still control the thing beneath it. But yeah. Grass tiles have that pure green fill at the borders. Oh, I see. But it has to because they're smart tiles. That's how it knows how to make that as a border. So yeah, I don't think there's any way around that. I guess you could get rid of it completely because it's rendering. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, so I think the best solution would have been to turn this into a canvas group and then just change the self-modulate of each of these scenes. Because we're rendering the whole thing as though it's one object, right? Yeah. And I kind of want to try that. But maybe we check in what I've done so far. So try making the root node a canvas group and then changing self-modulate. It should obviate the sub viewport. Okay. Oh man. I do think this is probably worth fixing though. Because again, this is what players see when they play the game right now. This is in the intro. So I mean, they see it a total of like 4 times over the course of 30 seconds. But still, it looks unprofessional. You can copy the original scene from diff and check it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think I'm just going to commit and then try changing it. All right. Anyway, it's break time though, because it's been another hour. So ads are going to run. I will be back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Alrighty. Close the game. Close the game. Computer. Good job, computer. So I want to check this in, and then I want to try the new way of doing things. This was a pretty self-contained change, at least. Yeah, in fact, it's just these scenes. Darkstorm isn't allowed to play anymore. Try and stop him. I mean, this is really all we did, right? Change a couple of... Wait, why'd this move? This shouldn't have moved. Okay, revert that and that. Yeah. That's clean now. Now this one. Viewport texture. Yeah, that one's good. What about this? I mean, all the other changes I made should have been kind of the same at that point because I knew what I was doing. And, well, this one's technically first. But we're looking good. I turned off navigation for these. Probably doesn't matter. Okay. So this is technically fixing this issue. Fix intro fading. I did what I said in the issue, which is to add a sprite 2D whose texture is a viewport texture pointing at a sub viewport with the tile maps. We should make this more competitive. It's plenty competitive if people are saying they suck in chat. Okay. Now we're going to try changing this entire thing. So intro accept quest is going to be a canvas group. And the sub viewport is going to be a goner. Goodbye and goodbye. And now why did everything turn white? Oh, you can't have two canvas groups? Oh, interesting. Okay, that's fine. We just put those up there and delete that. And then don't we need to reposition something? Shouldn't this have been out of bounds by some amount? This is hurting my brain. Didn't I change something? No. I double offset it. No, that can't make any sense, can it? Don't you start farther down? I think you start farther down. I think I need to keep those offsets that I had. Intro accept quest. Okay, let's go look at the diff. Diff last commit. Intro accept quest. Okay, so there should be an offset in here somewhere. 96 by 96. That's not right. Intro accept quest is here. 64, negative 64. Okay, so I need to do that exact same thing over here. But when I change all of these, oh, we can just put these under a node 2D. Yeah, what am I doing? Yeah, that was not smart. Put these under a node 2D and then just set this to negative 64. Done. I think. Yes, maybe. I don't know. All right, now we technically need to do this for all of these, right? So change type into a, no, wait, before we do this. So this is outside of bounds on the left and the top. And it's 96, 96. If I just change this to a node, it should keep that 96, 96. Wow, I didn't mean to press that. Node 2D. It did. Then I move it out of here. Delete these. Make it negative, apparently. Yeah. No, that's way too much. Right? Yeah, they're not fighting on top of a tree. What happened? Huh, what did happen? What did I do wrong? We had intro battle, then this. It's like I... yeah, I don't know what I did wrong. Unless there's a scale factor of 2 coming in here, and this should have been like negative 48, negative 48. Yeah, that's wrong. Okay, where does this want to be? Why is W not working? I want it to be like there. Because they're supposed to be fighting in the opening. But then that's it. Oh, wait. I just want this 0, 0. Why does that work all of a sudden? Oh, I understand nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah, we couldn't set this to 0, 0 for some reason. I don't understand. Whatever. If this all looks fine in the end, then what do I care? All right, so now for this one. This changes to a node 2D. This is gone. This changes to a canvas group. And then something needs to change with the position. So this used to be at negative 112. So, oh, we can just put it at 0 now? Oh, I think it has to do with how I remade that into a node 2D. Although that makes very little sense to me how that other one is messed up now. Why is this negative 64? What if we just Command Z all of this? That'll show it. That'll show it. Yeah, so let's get it back to the broken part. I'm going to do the same process I did for the other one. We're going to change this to a node 2D. Although, did we do that before moving everything? Probably, because now everything's broken. That can't be right. Oh no, we're rendering on top of it. That's what's happening. Yeah. I think I did this backwards. I think we move this outside, delete this stuff, then turn this into a node 2D. No, it still doesn't work. Okay, I don't know. Take care, PG King. Thanks again for the sheet music stuff that you did. I will definitely take a look at that. And yeah, I hope I have some time to fix everything. All right, well, I understand this not at all. Oh, wait, no, now it works. Wow, what? I don't care. Just, it works. That's it. We're not going to look at anything else. And we have one more scene to do, which is intro wake up. So we move these out. They're already a node. It wasn't a canvas group. And then we turn this into a canvas group and everything should just kind of be fine. Now we change this back down to 0. Wow. All right. Well, now all of the scenes try fading themselves in. They should try self-modulating. This has fade in. Something has to do fade out at some point, right? Been cooking today? What'd you do today? Other than play Jump Royale. Hey, Pressel. Congrats on getting first. You know, I was surprised no one was talking this far into the stream. But now that you're here, surely chat will pick up. So fade in modulates. We need to self-modulate. Modulate alpha. We could pass in another argument, like use self-modulate maybe. Yeah. We'll have to start the stream chat, excuse me. I'm great at talking. Bool use self-modulate equals false. Okay, so this is modulate alpha. Let's do self-modulate alpha. And then if use self-modulate, good. Same thing down here. There. Hey, Strong. Redid my entire inventory, added farm plots in, added fonts, making my inventory look more appealing. Nice. Nice. Since the streamer never does. I've noticed you twice today. You were only here once. No, you were in the morning too, but yeah. Okay, so now we change intro scene base to use the self-modulate. Use self-modulate true. And then there's a fade out that happens somewhere. Maybe an intro fade out. Where does this exist? Each scene handles its own fade out? Okay. All right, well, let's keep searching for the rest of these then. Good. We're going to make progress here. We're going to, I hope this works because it wasn't even necessarily worth doing this. Fade duration, where do we use this? Modulate alpha. Fade out the dialogue. We don't even need to do this, I think. I think it's going to be deleted. At which point, tweening the property is also pointless, and we could just do fade functions dot fade out. Smooth. Okay, please work. these work. And so pay attention to fades, pay attention to positions of everything. That did not fade out. And then nothing faded in. What's happening? Why? Oh man, taxes, don't get me started. Every year our taxes get more complicated somehow. I haven't even started them this year. And it took me like 4 hours last year. Got mine done, finally got money back. I'm just not looking forward to that. It's always awful, yeah. Man. I think next year we're gonna get an accountant, especially if there's Scala seller money. One of the nice things about running a business that makes no money is taxes are a lot easier. I guess you didn't really have any income, so there's nothing really to figure out. But yeah, I suspect that I'm gonna make money this year. Also, I still try to file my taxes correctly, even though I'm making money on Twitch. But yeah, it's not like I've sold games or something. All right, so what's going on here? What do we have before this in intro wake up? Callable from, fading out, invoke. Okay, we need that still. Tween equals that. Tween dot tween callback. What I don't understand here, I guess because this is in its own canvas layer, we still need to do things that way. Because we won't render the canvas layer as though it's one thing, and we need that to be in screen coordinates. Yeah. All right, so let's delete all this. I guess we're fine now, right? All right, let's try that. Yeah, interesting. Well, it sounds like people are having a better time filing taxes than I will. Okay, good. And bad. So the new scene is running. I hear sounds. I just don't see anything. Why wouldn't I see anything? That's accept quest. It's a canvas group. Why wouldn't this work? Yeah, why wouldn't this work? Oh, you know why? Probably because, I know why. Because of fade functions. I think when you, yeah, this sets the modulate. This should not set the modulate. It should be if use self modulate, set self modulate. There we go. Okay, that should fix it. That sounds very frustrating, Ski. That's 300. 300? I have a feeling it's going to be much more expensive for us. Yeah, 300 is not bad. Oh my god, this is amazing. This is the best. This is the best cutscene I've ever seen. Okay, that was not good. Why did that ever look good before, though? Those thumbs ups and whatever in the intro shop thing. There's a canvas layer here. Is this where... No, the thought bubbles show up over there. What, these don't... Oh, these have their own modulate. Oh, God. Oh, no. All right, well, we could fix this. But we need to change the animation player to never actually use the modulate on something. It needs to use the self-modulate. Is that correct? No, that makes no sense, right? I think that makes no sense. If this is fully opaque and this is fully transparent, why is that not affecting that? And why isn't it affecting the roof or anything either? Oh, it's only direct children, maybe? Oh, this is much, much harder than I thought. I'm gonna delete this commit. Child canvas items. So it's not descendants, it's just children. Oh my God. Okay. I think we're backing out of this. She only handles sending the taxes. I had to do all the totaling. Yeah, I gotta look into this at some point. Draws not everything, all children, not all descendants. Okay, so then we're just reverting this commit and ignoring that I did anything here. I guess that makes things easier. It was worth testing. So if I wanted it to do, wait, why did it even, oh man, I don't understand this. The thing I don't get is if we're changing the visibility, I guess it doesn't work for controls for some reason. But it's not just controls, it's also this. But this isn't a child of this. Hang on one second, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I don't understand something here. I don't understand a lot of things. Why, when I change this, the background fades, which is a grandchild, the green background that you see there, but not the roof of the shop, which is also a grandchild. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? I don't understand it. Unless there's a material on this, there isn't. Yeah, I don't get it. If I put this over here, it's probably going to work, right? Now I change this and no, the roof still isn't fading out. Is it a Z-order thing? It is? You kidding me? Oh man, this is really wonky. Yeah, I don't know about this. Seems like this, it's not, so it does render everything as a single object. Seems like descendants with a different Z index will not be affected by the canvas groups self-modulate. Put a large overlay that's black and fade it in to fade out. And yeah. I didn't want that effect in particular. I want a different visual effect. But what about this here? So controls are just not part of this. What is a panel container with sprites underneath it? Okay, that's probably not what I was supposed to do to begin with. But assuming I did, let's make a texture rectangle and put that here. And then give it a texture of literally anything. There, so we got some coins hovering in space now. Those get affected? They do. but the panel container doesn't? No, because the potion vendor probably has a different order. No, it doesn't. Why are you not being affected here? Actually, you know what we could do? We could just modulate like red. That'll tell us what's being affected and what isn't. That way we don't need to fade it in and out. So yeah, something's going wrong with this. If we put the potion there, and then turn this off, I guess. Why'd the potion disappear? Why did that disappear? This is the X. That doesn't show up yet. Oh, because the terrain is covering it? Oh, okay, 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 I see. So now we can't see either. Oh, because I turned off the visibility. So there's seemingly no way to render this any differently. Oh no, it's because it's got a higher Z index. Okay, that's why. So if I just had the Z index of this back to 0, it would turn red. Yeah. The blood moon rises. All the enemies are respawning. Do you think I can write out my RuneScape subscription as a mental health expense? I think only if you leveled up. And it's got to be by enough. Like the IRS has certain guidelines, you know, like gas per mile or per mile that you're allowed. Same thing in RuneScape. Yeah, if your wood cutting is not good enough, they're going to audit you. All right, well, we're deleting everything. That's for sure. And then never touching this again. Yeah. Hooey. Oh, that was a fun little deviation from sanity. So I'm glad we're getting rid of this code though. I did not like this. So we don't need anything else that's here, right? Why am I looking at this in the worst possible way? Look at this in the best possible way as a combined diff. Okay. Yeah, I mean, everything looks good. So I want to close out everything but main so that I can just watch this one more time. Wait, noob, you haven't played, but you're still subscribed? Did that look normal? I think so. Just leave it subscribed? Man, I would unsubscribe like as soon as I'm not using it because you can always resubscribe whenever you want, right? I always really like that fade in with the light. I think it looks good. No, not new lighting. That was already there. We fixed the fade in. So I don't know if you saw this a little bit earlier. It's been in the game for a long time, but it's just looked bad. If you change the modulate on this, which by the way, I can get rid of the canvas group, I guess. If you get rid of the modulate on this, wait, is this happening? Yeah, it's happening. It looks really bad. So do you see how you can make out the individual tiles here? That's the bug we just fixed. But actually, this canvas group has no reason to exist. This should just be turned into a node 2D. And that would help performance. And it should look identical. So let's go change that everywhere. Change to node 2D. And what's the last one called? Intro battle? This is already node 2D? Oh, wait, no. Because I typed the wrong thing. It's intro shop. Okay, yeah, node 2D. Okay, close out of that. Open this up again and watch it one more time. And it should be slightly more performant because it doesn't need a shader on all of these nodes. I mean, there's really no reason for it. So we just got to make sure it looks identical to what it looked like before. I just realized this guy sleeps with a candle on. So far, so good. I've watched a lot of people watch this intro because I watched their YouTube videos. And they get to this point and they're like, uh-oh, there's no whatever, there's no antidote. Then the character dies. They're like, oh, now it makes sense why I'm Skeleseller. Then they see this and they get like mad. And I thought, oh, that's a funny joke, right? And then a lot of them are like, wait a second, they just left me there to decompose. That's the typical influencer reaction to all of this. So now you know. If you ever watch another Skeleseller video, you've now been ruined. All right, cool. Yeah, so funny it made people mad. That's the reaction I wanted. All right, so we just converted these to nodes, right? This doesn't matter. Delete that. Yep, 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 cool. Why is all this showing at the top? Get rid of canvas groups in intro. These were pointless since since the tile maps are all in a sub viewport. Canvas group adds a shader, so this wasn't free. As a shader, so they aren't free and they're pointless. Good. Hey, Revrox. After you become the Skelly? Yeah. I'm not going to do that, but I like the idea. Hey, Edie, how you doing? Hey, vibe coding doesn't work. I think it's probably wrong to say it doesn't work. It can definitely work. All right, so this is done. Took a while. Cool. Can we get done with like 1 or 2 more issues? Because then I got to push this. I can't understand your broken English. I'm actually surprised to hear that. I would expect it to do a pretty good job at that. So are we ever going to do anything about this? Projectiles like lightning zaps target a weird part of the dragon. We should probably lower the target location. You could also just scale the projectiles. What do I want to do here? Like, how bad is it? I think it's a little bad. But no one's really commented. You're not fighting bosses all that often. Let's see. How much does this bug me? So we need the mage and yeah, I guess the archer, sure. So we save and fight. So when the mage zaps this with lightning, let me get a picture. Pow. Yeah, so it targets like this is the center of the sprite, which for most enemies is their whole body. But for the ogre, it just looks like it's tickling the ogre. I don't think I'm gonna do anything about this. I guess we'd have to grow the sprite by like 2x, which would kind of suggest that the mage is summoning more powerful lightning, even though they're not. This is written in C#. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do anything about this. I got the picture though. Let's put the picture here. I don't think it's worth doing anything about this. Okay, what next? Make adventurers and workers idle occasionally when they have nothing to do. We're not going to do this, are we? When they have nothing to do, what are they just going to stare at the screen? They're supposed to have like a thought bubble and have like a cup of coffee in the thought bubble or something. I don't think we're going to do that at this point. It wouldn't be hard to make them idle occasionally. It also wouldn't really be what you want. Yeah. I don't think this is worth doing. Unless we did it in a way that adds flavor. Gee, workers think about taking a nap, or adventurers dream of eating tons of food. Put a bench outside the warehouse. Yeah, something like that. But I don't think we're going to do that at this point. Well, I guess we had the bench graphics. Still, it's the kind of thing that when your workers are wandering around, you know, okay, they're waiting for a task. I don't know. Yeah, this could be done later. Returning to IT after 10 years away. What have you been doing instead of IT in 10 years? So workers are lazy and adventurers are fat. I'm dreaming of being fat. And hey, Sonny. So right now it says something like 12 small blue potions. It should show the icons. This PR was involved enough that I'm not going to try to do this myself now. I do like how this looks. But yeah. I think I'm going to close this for launch. Where do we leave off with this? Because there was a reason why we didn't merge this, and this was now back in August. I don't know. I'm probably just going to close this. This is old enough that I'm going to close this for now. I'm also closing the corresponding issue just because we're so close to launch. I still think it would, yeah. Let's do that. We had a PR open for this for a little while, but it never got merged due to a regression. I still think this would be nice to have, but it's not worth investing a lot of time into it. And we're going to close a lot of these issues. Was it in software test dev? Nothing super powered? Okay, I see. Yeah. Part of the reason I ask is I want to see how far away from IT it was. And it's still in computers. I mean, like if you'd said, oh, I was a park ranger or something, I'd be like, I don't think you should go back to IT. Like, for sure, no. But if it was other computer stuff and you're questioning it, it's potentially worth considering. I think you do need to weigh the pros and cons. Also, this is why I think keeping some kind of journal is a good idea, because it's easy to look back at what the good things are, or the positive things, or how it compares to your current job, and then forget about all the minutia that had driven you crazy. And I find that given enough distance from something, I do tend to look at the positives. I mean, there's the saying rose tinted glasses, right? You look at your past a little bit more romantically or positively. And sometimes I have to be like, don't do that again. Like, just that game that was fun. It was fun in the past. Don't play it again. That person that you talked to that you had some good times with, it's like, yeah, you got to remember this stuff. So IT could be the same way for you. Maybe it's the friendship that was never meant to be. Consider adding dedicated mute buttons for each audio slider. I don't think I'm going to do this. I think it's easy enough to just drag them to the bottom. Yeah. I still don't think this is a bad idea by any means, but I don't think this is worth doing. Handle clicks either on press or release. I'll come back to that. See if we can expand the intro a bit. I don't know how we do this exactly. This could be a way that we could do this. I kind of like how it is now. Yeah. I think things are fine. If the intro looks too small, it usually indicates that the person should be playing with the game scale turned up. I just want to close a bunch of these issues that are never going to get done. Ask if the user wants to save when quitting. What do people think about this? The game auto saves every 5 minutes. And every time I'm about to quit a game and it pops up a dialogue like, hey, you unsaved changes, it's like, well, how long are the unsaved changes for? I think I'm just not going to do this. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do this. Like I said, at worst, at any given time, you can lose 5 minutes of progress. Is that such a big deal in this game? I don't think so. Yeah. Even if you were at the maximum amount of time away from your last autosave, that would be 4.99 minutes of progress that you could lose. It's just not that much. And yeah, save game is obvious enough as a button above it. Yeah. Okay, dragging a potion onto the slime's perks opens a perks board. I'm not going to look at that right now. Add flavor to the town. Is this going to happen at this point? I kind of like this. Consider a day-night cycle and lighting. Hmm. Okay. The clouds thing. Let me go take a look at something really fast. How's she not meowing on my lap? I think the door is closed. It's like grayscale at the bottom of your monitor. Oh man, it's really, but that's really bad for someone with artistic abilities. Sorry, what am I doing? I'm looking up. Hang on a second. I'm looking up this thing. Okay, here's Super Retro World. So there is an Overworld pack somewhere. Where's that? Overworld. And they have some clouds here. If we put those over the battle map, I wonder how that would look. Any recommendations? I like my monitors. I don't know if they were recommendation worthy exactly. I think I have them both in my spec sheet over here. Yeah. This is the monitor I use for chat, which it's actually higher refresh rate, and you'd think I'd use it for gaming, but I just never swapped the two. Which, why didn't I? Oh yeah, because I stream in 1080p and this monitor is 1440p. Yeah. But anyway, this is a pretty good bang for buck. $110 for a 27-inch monitor. It's 100 hertz, 1440p. Thought that was pretty good. So I'd probably buy this brand again. I don't know how good it is at color reproduction. I just don't have an eye for that. I need to see everything. 100 hertz chat going up. Smooth animations. All right. I am losing my train of thought. Big time. Oh yeah, I wanted to test the clouds. Why did I open this up then? Could just open it over here. Battle panel. Okie dokie. Let's go find the clouds. They're there. I think if we were to add these, I don't know how it would look. Yeah, let's go find. Do I even have that atlas? I must. No, I guess I don't have to. Because we never used any of these. We used something else for this. Sprite? No. Maybe it came from the Action RPG pack or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's add this in then. I just want to see how they'll look if I do like minimal work. Just put these somewhere. It doesn't matter where. Now I put this here, then changes to an Atlas texture, then load in the Atlas with the clouds. That is probably that one. Yep. Then go figure out where this is even located. So it's like there. 768. 78. Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, how big is that? 32 pixels? Where'd it go? There it is. No, it's more than that. 64. Yeah, cool. So there's our cloud. Now, if we scale this up by 2, and then we animate it moving over the map, I don't think we need that. Yeah, we show a shadow underneath it, of course, but I mean, I could just have the shadow if I do this. I'm trying to think of how this would look. I don't think I want this. No, I don't think we should do this. Anyone up for giving feedback on the UI? Feel it's missing something and I can't place it? Yeah, you can post in Discord about it. You might get some feedback. If it's just pictures, it's probably very easy for people to provide feedback. If there's a web game they can play, it's also pretty easy. If it's a download, that might be a tougher sell for people. Okay, so I like some of the ideas here, but we're 2 weeks from launching, and I don't see any of these realistically happening, given how many other things are going on. If I do have time, I'd still like to add delightful things to the game. Yeah. Well, this issue was more about polish than delight. Yeah, I think we already have a lot to do. Stopping item drag removes the transparency on ground items. Did I already work on this? Start dragging, immediately release. Also happens when you just left click, click and release. Is this still an issue? I think it probably is. I don't need this there anymore. Now if I open this, it should be gone. All right, so we have an item on the ground. We click. I don't think this is still happening. Start dragging, immediately release. Also happens when you left click, click and release. Left clicking on its own does not cause that to happen now. And if we drag and immediately release, no, I don't think that happens either. Stop item drag removes transparency on ground item. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Oh, maybe. No. I was gonna say maybe this is about the items disappearing, but that's something Dark's known about for a while, so it wouldn't be about that. All right, I'm just gonna close this. I don't think this repros anymore. I tried clicking in a bunch of different ways, but couldn't see anything unusual happening. Show a message about not having skill points when you click a skill. Yeah, oh man. All right, so here's how the game works. You get to level 2. Actually, let's show it the real way that a player would get to level 2. So they would click level up. Before you click level up, it shows +1 right here, meaning you're going to get a skill point. And you click it and it shows +1 skill point. So now they go and spend their skill point and they're happy about that. Then they're like, oh, I'm looking forward to my next level. And when you hover over this, it does not say +1 skill point because you only get a skill point on even numbered levels, which it tells you here, although people realize once they don't get a skill point. But they click this without reading that stuff. And then they hover over this and they're like, I want this skill. And they click and it doesn't do anything. So I think it'd probably be nice if it said like, you don't have a skill point or something above the button. They do eventually realize that though. But yeah, I don't think we're going to do anything about this. I love closing reports, so this is a skill issue. So that's not what I'd be saying here. I do think it'd be nice for players to know this, but I don't want to add another string and translate it to 5 other languages. And it hasn't caused people to be like, all right, that's it, I'm not playing the game anymore. They just realize, oh yeah, I didn't get a skill point. Who did the sketching of these icons? That was all Quickie Joe. All those icons are Quickie Joe. Exact same thing happened to me. Didn't realize I didn't have a skill point. You know what we could do? Here's a possibly decent way. We could play a bonk sound, right? Oh, but the button's disabled, so I guess we can't do that. Yeah, we need to play a sound when it's disabled. Play invalid action bong. Yeah. If we wanted to play a sound, we need to enable it. I think having it be disabled is probably better. Yeah, I think we're just going to leave this as is. This has consistently caused some confusion, but it's pretty minor. And people do tend to realize that they just don't get skill points every level. Highlight or draw attention to the 0 skill points instead to avoid a translation. Probably more work though. The thing we'd have to do, so I think that's a good solution, but what we'd have to do is we'd have to make it so that this is not disabled so we can still detect a click on it. And then when you click it, we do something like hover over this, or sorry, change this red briefly, or show a message, or play a bonk sound. And I just, it's a good question of trade-offs here. Like, should every single button in this always be enabled, even if you can't click it? Because like, if this is at 0 points, you can't click the minus. So should we allow you to click the minus anyway, and then it plays a bonk sound and says like, you're already at 0 points, or highlight this or something? So yeah, I just don't think it's worth it. It not firing events at all is a bummer. We could probably still make it fire events, or just make it look disabled or something. And yeah, I don't know. All right, add thin outline to selected battle map location. We highlight the flag yellow and write the selected location name on the start battle button. But whenever I'm watching someone play the game, I always think it'd be nice to see the whole location get outlined. Yeah, I still like this idea. And I like this idea as a viewer. There's actually something, I've been watching a decent amount of Hearthstone for the last however many years, and they added a feature called Rewind. And there's something kind of interesting about this feature. Where are the buttons for this? Yeah, here. Okay, so this is the bottom left corner of the Hearthstone UI. And you get these 2 simple options, rewind or keep. The problem is everyone's mouse is always hovering over this side. So in order to hit rewind, they have to hover over keep first. And then rewind is roughly where a streamer happens to put their video. So what happens is I'm always like, oh, what's the streamer going to pick? Are they going to keep this or are they going to rewind? And since they have to hover over keep and then like within half a frame, they end up clicking rewind anyway, I'm always like, oh, they kept it. That's surprising. And then I find out, no, they actually rewound. So it's one of those cases where like as a viewer, it's not the best experience. This is another one of those cases where they go to the battle map, they click something, but I don't realize that they clicked it because it doesn't stay highlighted. So yeah, I wonder if we should just keep it highlighted, like which location you have selected. Yeah, where do you put your face? How should we adjust the game? You know what's kind of cool is if you were making a live stream, you could actually pull in their live stream and then use like facial recognition to detect where on the screen it is compared to This would be a ton of work. No indie game would ever do this. So is this worthwhile to just always leave the selected thing highlighted somehow? I like the idea. I mean, we already have highlight zones for everything. And we could potentially highlight it at a thinner line size. Dynamic HUD thingy. Yeah, if it were AI tech that you could just plop in, I could see people doing it. But otherwise, writing that tech, it would take like probably months to get it working, even moderately accurately, and all for what? So streamer doesn't need to like reposition their face cam. There are people I've seen play Skeleteller where they have a battle window open and they set it to small and they put it like right where they are on the screen. And they just play like that for like an hour and a half. And they're like, oh, you guys couldn't see the battles that whole time. And they move it out of the way. And it's not such a big deal. I just find it funny. It's like what's out of the way for you is probably where you happen to put your face cam. These almost look disabled, these buttons. I wonder if we should do something about that. It's weird. Oh, I was going to say, why did perks turn a different color? Because I just changed how much money I had. Why did that happen at all that way, though? It seems strange. I guess if you unlock this... Huh. Yeah, that's a bug. Perks doesn't get highlighted when you buy it the first time. Your money has to change after that. That's probably always been a bug. They can't do full width subtitles. Why not? I don't really care too much about this issue, I guess. All right, anyway, the outline thing. Okay, let's go take a look. Oh, I see. Got you. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't thinking in the context of streaming. I was like, a player could see, though. They would know the extent of the screen. So battle panel tab. Actually, this is instance map. So what are these things called? They are map markers. And map markers have an outline holder, an outline parent on hover. So instance map. You know, I haven't had to restart. Sorry, I haven't had to restart VS Code in quite a while. I feel like those problems have been mostly fixed. So set outline visible. We set the color here. Could we set the thickness of the outline? Maybe width? We can't? Line color. There's no... Yeah, there's line width. Why don't I use that here? They do look disabled next to the green buttons. Yeah. You learn pretty quickly that you can click these things, I think. So presumably it wouldn't matter too much. There's actually never a disabled button in here. But yeah, I wonder how we would change that. I guess a way that we could do it is by highlighting buttons that are clickable instead of making it like they could always be gray basically or grayish blue, but we could make them like change in lightness. We have a shader for that. Starts with the button that tells you to click. Yeah, and it does because it tells you to click the battle map. And then as you hover over these, I think you'd realize they're not disabled because they're changing colors. Yeah. I'd have to go through the game again. I'd also need to watch some more people play test it. This is why making UI changes kind of close to launch is a bit dangerous, I guess. All right, so what are we going to do here? Set selected instance. So I want to... Oh, hey, what's that? Set outline visible. We have this code here already. We just override it for when you move outside of this thing. So if I close this and then move the mouse. No. How do you... No, you can't do this, can you? I load and then... No, yeah, what? Because when you mouse out of this... I guess you can just get the mouse out part. Map marker. Left click. Oh, outline parent on hover is what's doing it. Yeah, green generally means actionable. So like buildings, you have a building you can buy, and then the green one is the one you can afford. If I get more money, now potions will turn green. Same thing with perks. Like if I just buy all of these, the button will go gray again. And yeah, higher adventurer, same deal everywhere. I guess that also is the one place this could be disabled. Yeah. All right, this is not the most straightforward thing to do. We have a mouse exited, which is just going to set the outline to be false. We don't necessarily want to do that. I have to write a custom thing here. I don't really want to mess with this right now. Yeah. I still really like this idea, but map marker uses outline parent on hover, which automatically calls this when you mouse away. We would need some kind of override that checks whether the node is the selected one and just switches to a thinner outline in that case. Show how many battle windows you have open in the UI somewhere. We have space. When you have the farm and money, of course, and you've got these numbers pretty large, we still have a lot of room to just say like number of battle windows open. We'd probably want to put it in a ribbon, which it doesn't belong in a ribbon. It's not like a fun stat. We also have some notes about when you have too many windows open. Like let's say I do this and this and this, and then we unlock another adventurer. So now if you try starting a new battle, no one reads this, but it does say this here. You already have the maximum number of battles open. Starting a new battle will close the oldest one for you. And maybe if you hover over this, yeah, it says the same thing. Although, interestingly enough, no, that's, yeah. So we already indicate this to you. I think that's probably fine. Yeah, I'm just going to, it's fine. We already show a message about this, which has already been translated. And the message shows as the tooltip on the start battle button. Plus, this is something that players can learn just by observing. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do anything about this either. We are going to close a lot of issues with just, I'm not going to touch them. Now, this one I'm not sure about. Any tips stuck on screen should probably go away if we detect that you're actively playing. The one about starting multiple battles, people may just decide not to do that and leave the tip on screen. Actually, this problem probably solved itself when I made it so that the tips just keep getting larger and larger and faster. Because after some amount of time, they're going to be huge. So if we try this out, go to debug disable, and we act like, 50 minutes passed or something. At some point, it's just going to be so annoying that you're going to close it. And that's when you'll dislodge all of the other tips. That'd be found out pretty easily. Yeah. And like I said, I've watched a bunch of people play. It's not like there aren't improvements that could be made. It's that we're close enough to launch that it's probably not worth making the tiny improvements that are only going to affect such a small amount of the players. And if the difference, I was kind of thinking of it this way. If the difference were that someone plays, they get so frustrated that they're like, all right, that's it. I'm done. I'm never playing this game again. Like, that's something you got to fix. I don't think we have any of those cases in the game still. So what I'm simulating here, we're running at 8x speed. Every like 7-ish seconds, this thing should get bigger. And every time it gets bigger, it should get bigger by more than it did the prior time. And it should do it sooner than it did the prior time. So I'm going to let this, it's run, I think 3 times so far. I'm going to let it run like 10 times. That's 4. I forgot what the minimum time gets down to. That's 5. Notification box. That's 6. Yeah, so it gets down to 40 seconds. Excuse me. 7. So now it's already down to the minimum amount of time, I think. And now if we, oops. Okay, let's wait one more time. Okay, so now if we watch this, it should get to a very large size. I'm going to take a screenshot. I forgot what the max was even set to. And of course, it's not going to happen for a little while. It was 40 seconds, but I had it at super speed for a tiny amount. Apparently not a very long time. Oh, there we go. Oh, that got huge. Yeah, there's no way you're going to miss that, right? It's irritating. Remember, this only happens after 1 minute, and it only happens once every minute. And the first time around, it's just to attract attention a little bit. There are people who've missed it like 3-4 times in a row when it was at the smallest size. So it's semi-intentionally irritating. But yeah. Anyway, I'll let this run. Hey, Kappa. So yeah, you're doing something in the game. All of a sudden that happens. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Yeah, here. So that's the largest it gets. Yeah. That is pretty big. So a lot of the tips in the game are tips that you kind of have to act on. Like this one you have to act on. You cannot beat the game with one adventure. It's impossible. Actually, is it impossible? I guess technically it's just incredibly unlikely. No, it's impossible. I was going to say because you... Wait, could you level up? Hang on a second. Yeah, actually, wait a second. Maybe it's not impossible. Maybe it's just really, really unlikely. And by the way, the reason I mean it's really unlikely is really unlikely. You have Cloak of Shadows on the Rogue, which has a cooldown of 5 seconds and lasts for 3 seconds. And then you have a dodge chance of 5%. So if we treated this like it's 100%, if you can beat the Ogre like this... then I guess technically you could level up as much as you need to. But no, then you'd be at... Yeah, anyway, this would never happen. And I shouldn't even bother to test this, but I am curious. Can you beat the Ogre with just the Rogue? So we do this. We go unlock the Rogue. We unlock this. We send just the Rogue into battle. Can they win? Because I don't think so. But they're going to dodge 100% of the time while Cloak of Shadows is active. So now this is guaranteed to be a dodge and another dodge, and then no more until the next Cloak of Shadows. So no, I don't think they can even win in this case. Yeah, so the Rogue stands no chance. They got to there, which is like 40% life. And now what about the Mage? We go into Mental Swiftness and we make this chance to activate 100%. Because this is the only other way. This is the only randomness that even exists in the beginning. This is, like I said, 100% pointless for me to test. I don't really care what the outcome is, but I like testing things. All right, so now every time they attack, they're going to use Mental Swiftness, which means they're going to start just blasting out spells. And even then, yeah, it's not enough. The reason it's not happening every single spell cast is there's an internal cooldown of like 0.1 seconds or something. Oh, actually, this might be possible. Speed this up a little bit. I'll have it run one more time. I got to here in the life bar. I think while there's no randomness here because I set it to 100%, I think there is still a race condition in how the cooldowns work. But no, I made it to about the same amount. Yeah, so I don't think you can possibly win with one adventurer, which means that you'd have to act on this. And as soon as you do act on it, that will dismiss itself. I say as soon as, but it's up to a few seconds afterward. So it should go away. Otherwise, I'm a liar. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, well, I'm just going to get rid of this. And we'll take a picture of this. I don't think this is necessary anymore now that we make tips irritatingly large. What is going on? What is going on there? That's weird. Huh, what caused that to happen? Adam watching Adam, screenshotting Adam. We have truly peaked. Bug with item stacking when obtaining a new item that you're holding. Get item stacking, pick up any item, grant yourself an item such it'll stack. At this point, the held item should reflect the quantity. It doesn't, but you still move the full stack of items as though it did. You know, this is something that we could maybe spend 20 minutes fixing. It's probably not even worth it. But I am kind of curious how this interacts with some other things. So let's go try something. Let's grant ourselves that, then save, load. Do that a couple times, get item stacking, set it to 3. Save. Okay, so now we get a potion. We pick up the potion, we grant another one. So now we're actually holding 3, but it looks like we're holding just 1. When we put it down, it does put all 3 down. Is that ever a problem, really? I don't really think so. There's one case I can kind of think of. And as long as this works, do I really care? We pick this up. We get the tavern, get the quest. Oh, that's a problem. That's a very minor problem, but it's a problem. You can't click the quest board while you're holding an item. How'd I do this with the farm? How did I do it with the farm? I think I moved crops around or something. I don't know. I don't think I want to do anything about that. All right, how about this? Let's move this there for a second and get the quest really fast. Okay, I'm gonna put it there. All right, so I'm gonna grant myself items. So now I'm holding 2, and now I'm holding 3. Oh, they took it from me? Hold on, that's a much bigger problem. Oh boy. Yeah, this is... That's super broke. Okay, it thinks I'm holding an item, but I'm not. And I probably can't pick up a new one. Oh, I can. Okay, so then maybe this isn't such a big deal. But still, that was bizarre. What should happen in that case? Maybe items can't stack with the one that you're holding. That would be fine. Is there add item? There's just set item. Storeroom has it. Load from save data. Something else has to call this, right? Restore, and what's this one? Drop off item. Here it is. All right, so will accept item. Item is held. No. The current item is held, which the current item might not exist. I guess we could do it here. If current item dot is held, return false. Why does this happen though? Because drop off is going to make it so that it's no longer held. Because we call set is held false. Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. That's really bad. Well, I think we fixed both bugs. Did not even realize that was an issue. And this is why I'm glad we look at these things. So I pick up the item, and now when I grant new ones, it won't stack onto this. It did still. But can a worker go pick that up? They can. Okay, so I fixed neither bug. Okay. So somewhere there's like add items or fill items. Here it is. Tries to fill an already occupied item displays. Okay, where do we do this? So if the quantity is greater than stack size or the quantity to add is less than 0 or the current item is held. Yeah. Will accept. Yeah. Why don't we just check to see if it will accept this thing? Why did I do this way? Did I do things that way? Huh. Strange. This is only ever called when granting items from the warehouse, right? Grant items. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Town, yep, calls on the warehouse. Warehouse calls it on this, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I think we can make this better. So item quantity is greater than max stack size. Is that not part of will accept item? Item quantity is greater than or equal to the max stack size. So this is that it already is at max, right? This is max. So that's that condition. Then this condition is that we've run out of loot that's already being held in that thing. Yeah, okay. So I think we change this so that it looks like this. If occupied item displayed out will accept. So if it won't accept it, or if we don't have any more items to give, or if the quantity is less than 1. How is this even possible? The quantity is less than 1. Wouldn't this check that? Minimum of that and that. Quantity added. Couldn't quantity added be 0? If quantity remaining is less than 1, then remove the item. I don't think this is necessary. It's not harmful to keep in though, and it's constant time, so I'll just leave it in. Yeah. Okay, so now I think we've fixed the issue. Have we? And I think it's even slightly clearer what's happening. So I pick up the item, I click grant. How have I still not fixed this? What is going on? If it has an item and the item is held, then return false. Okay, let's just put a breakpoint here. Clearly, I don't understand what I'm doing. So now let's see how quickly I get to my eureka moment here. So we're trying to add a small blue potion to what is already a small blue potion. The quantity of this is going to be 1. The ID is going to be small blue potion. And we're trying to add in loot, which contains some number of small blue potions. Two of them. All right, so we check to see if this will accept it. This should be false. It's true. Why? Oh, because of that? Oh. Oh, that was a very quick time to eureka. So the item is equal to the one that we're currently holding. But by like pointer equality? Oh, because I typed the wrong thing. This should be the loot item that we're trying to get. Oh. And we don't have one of those items yet. And we don't have some concept of like will accept a... No, we don't have it. We need an item, which involves creating it. Why did I do this? I mean, we create it here, but we create it knowing that we're going to drop it off. So we essentially have to revert this to what was here. And now I think we'll be fine. I should probably write why we can't use will accept item there. Just like how I probably should have written about sub viewports. Note, we can't use will accept item here without an item instance. But creating an item instance without knowing if it'll be accepted will lead to unnecessary allocations. All right, let's try it. Oh, finally. Okay, so now they just can't stack on top of what I already have here, and everything else should work pretty much the same way. Nice. Okay, 2 bugs solved. So I should write this had an extremely bad side effect while, or if an item stacked on what you were already holding, then it would no longer consider the item to be held. So a worker could take it out from under you. This would lead to having a phantom item on your mouse. Right-clicking wouldn't drop it, but picking up a new item would be possible. I'm fixing this by preventing items from stacking onto the item that you're currently holding. Okay, let's try this another way really fast. So if we click here, so, oh wait, no, we need just one of these items. Okay, hold on, let's just load from a save file. All right, I'm gonna put this in the shop and we're gonna click it. And now we're gonna have a whole bunch of other items enter the shop. It should never enter on the item display that I'm looking at right now. So if I speed this up, they should never stack onto that one. But as soon as I let go of this, it can. Perfect. Hey, Syrup. When I read that in the game, it's in the game. It's in the intro. The guy jumps out of bed. He says, "Time for my first adventure." It's the jumpinest game that's ever existed. All right, nice. So that's this issue. We go check this in. Okay, so fix issue with stacking onto the held item. Fixes this, see that issue for more information. Done. Okay, what else? Convert building upgrades. This is not happening. My goodness, it would have been a lot of work too, huh? I just want to read through this really fast. Did we use build and upgrade sign for anything else? Key storage, shop, town hall. Town hall needed it. Vault, warehouse. So everything is storage except for the town hall. Oh man. Oh man. I'm Very torn about this. So here's the problem, if you even call it a problem, and some people would not. One of the very first things you see, you build the potion shop, and then this sign is glowing. And up until that point in the game, you've had 2 signs you've had to click. So signs have been like the thing to do. And then you see this one, and it costs 100 gold. At this point, you have 0 gold. So this is a really expensive upgrade. And then in buildings, it always shows there as an upgrade until you've gotten them all. Take care, Pressel. Have a good night. Thanks for being first in chat. So what I was going to potentially do, and I don't know if I'm still going to do this, is I was going to lump this into one of the other buildings. So like this sign would just go away. And then over here, you'd see a perk that said something like potion shop storage and weapon shop and armor shop and warehouse. So you have 4 more perks. Are there any others? No, just those 4. You'd have 4 more perks that you could buy just like anything else you can buy. Game's actually looking decent. Hey, Pies. Yeah, this is looking a lot better. And check out the notifications. Wait, no, hang on. How do we do that? This. Yeah. Now it's like a proper in-game thing. When did this happen? Probably the time you banned yourself twice on Discord after I asked you not to. It happened yesterday. I VIP'd a bunch of people. But I'll never forget that, Pies. He's like, I was testing your bot, Adam. It's like stealing from a store and then being like, I was testing your security. Kevin, me and you are equals. I wouldn't say that. I think you're still superior to us. You think you've decreased in quality somehow? Yeah, so what is that change worth doing? There are some reasons why I wrote why it's not worth doing, right? Downsides. Building with a sign lets you see the change in the overworld, whereas building through a perk obscures that with the perk UI. Could automatically close this. That may violate expectations. It may also hurt discoverability. Did I write that? Yeah, may not be obvious that you can upgrade a particular building. You build a warehouse and get a new section in town perks, but you need to be told about that section, even involves scrolling. Probably should consolidate them in a single location. Perks are persistent. Shows forever. Signposts disappear completely. This isn't a downside, is it? What? Perks are persistent, meaning that once you unlock the perk, it shows forever. I don't think this is a downside. Yeah, I don't think this is a downside. I'm deleting that. Yeah, I think it's discoverability for sure. And what was the first one? Seeing the change on the overworld? I mean, that's not really important. I think it's just discoverability. Wait, why is everyone VIP? Yeah, I didn't VIP the mods. In my mind, mod is like super VIP. I don't know if someone's both a mod and a VIP. But if so, that person is very special. I hope mods don't feel left out. It overrides VIP? Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me just look at the UI for this. Roles manager. Okay, so if I click moderator and scroll down to ski. Oh yeah, you can't even add VIP. I didn't even try to do this. I was just like, they're already mods, that's fine. Now, it would have been better if I just lied about it. I'm like, I tried my hardest. I clicked that checkbox with 3 different mice. It didn't work. Hey, Josh. Way better role than mod. You get to be a hero with no responsibilities. The mods really don't have many responsibilities in my chat or Discord. At least not unless there are tons of people. Oh, which by the way, actually, I wanted to ask for volunteer mods for the Skeleseller Discord because March 12th is the embargo end date for videos. And when those launch, we might get more people in Discord. And I don't know how spammy it's going to be. We have some mods. But if anyone else wants to be a mod in that Discord, please let me know. It's not just I'm going to make you a mod. It's I'm going to look at your chat reputation score, or CRS. And then if it's higher than a certain number, I would, but I'm busy March 12th through death. But I didn't tell you if you'd be a skeleton for this process. Death is not the end for Skeleseller. Advantage? I guess it is a little bit of an advantage, yeah. Well, anyway, if anyone wants to volunteer, let me know. How many mods do we have right now? We have 3 online. I don't know how many there even are. But it should probably be more than 3. I can lay down the law? All right. Xyletics has passed the CRS score. Roles admin. Don't search for your name and you'll find all the places that we were talking about you. I do it, but I'm busy grinding Pokemon Fire Red. Okay, I have an honest question. I am not trying to add pressure or anything, but this is 10 days from now. Do you think you're really going to be grinding Pokemon Fire Red in 10 days? Because doesn't the game last for like 3 or 4 days if you're grinding it? It's not a shots fire thing. It's seriously just like Fire Red is not that long of a game, is it? I don't think it is. Pokemon Fire Red. Oh, that's actually much longer than I thought. 30 hours. Speedruns are like 2 hours. Speedruns don't really count, right? Otherwise, you'd be like, oh, I'm going to grind A Link to the Past, and then 3 minutes later, like, I'm done. I think it's a wrong role. I think moderator, not admin. I trust Xyletics. What does admin even do? Moderator. Okay, there we go. Think you're gonna be done with the game making business in 10 days? You mean for Skeleseller? I don't think I'll. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by done exactly. Like, done with what's planned? Yes. Done with the whole game? No. We'll probably get requests for things. People will find bugs, etc. And done with games in general? No. There will be a next game. So I'm not sure which one you asked, but that should answer all the questions. And thanks, Ski. Okay, so where did I leave off here? We're building upgrades into perks. Yeah, I didn't make a decision on this. I got to make a decision on this. I think, okay, so my gut is telling me don't do anything. Everything is already working and people don't have problems with this. That's my gut. We've done enough work to make this easier to do. But yeah, I think we're just going to go with my gut here. So I'll just write this down. Gut is telling me not to do anything about this now that we're this close to launch. I'm not even sure if I would consider this if we had another 3 months. It's just not that important. Yeah. Okay. Giving up this game making phase. Oh, sorry, Dad. Let me try to think of a better answer to your question then. Pige, what do you do? Xyletics. So much for the trust. This is why I try not to notice you. Wow. I have leverage over you now. I can remove your VIP. Do you know what that would do to you? You'd lose your diamond. Translate game into Spanish. Oh, this is done. Kevin did this. There we go. Okay. This is awful. That I have leverage. That's something you want. That in points. Hey, shareholder value. Welcome back. Anything else? I wonder if this is still happening. I should test this later. Consider adding character portraits. Ensure upgrading from the demo to the full game works. Handle fading to and from the outro. I didn't do that yet. Clean up unused constants. This seems like an easy one to close. Yeah, this does seem like an easy one to close. And look, Dark made it so easy for me. Yep. Yep. Oh, I apparently didn't copy that one. Nice. Oh, wait a second. That one was there. Yeah. I guess if this builds, we'll know that it's fine. This doesn't exist anymore? Must have deleted that a while ago. I wonder if any of these other ones are not used. We could just press F12 on all of them and find out. I wonder if Rider highlights constants that aren't used. Let's find out. Game constants. All right, so what if we make a new thing here? Public constant, this is not used. Why is it not typing anything? Oh, what's going on? Hello? Is this gonna stop doing this? Welcome to the beach. Okay, let's quit this. And let's open it again. And go back to game constants. Whoops. My goodness. All right, so it did not type anything in, right? Public constant, this is not used. So does it find that? It's still saying restoring packages, so I'm assuming if it does find it, it's going to take some time. And you can see this down here, right? Why is this taking this long? Oh, it's trying to load running processes. Although it still does have this here. What is this? Reading project file. Feature tags. I don't remember what this is.
Whoops.
Wait,
Whoops.
what is going on? Feature tags. Okay, sure. This finished? It did. Context actions. Is it going to say this isn't used? Is it just that wrench that means that it's not being used? No, just the wrench is on the line that I was on. Really enjoyed your dev advice type of content. Do you plan on bringing those back after launch? Like the group mentoring stuff? I can write it down. One of the things that I realized, okay, so this kind of happens with a lot of people who end up doing tutorial stuff, is that you have knowledge you want to provide and you provide it, and then you get stuck in this, like, I just have to keep giving tutorial content now. So you get this constant stream of beginners coming in, and there tend to be patterns of questions that they ask. And when you've answered those patterns repeatedly, you eventually become like a dispatch for those answers that you've already given. So imagine if I got the same questions of like, what do you think about AI? And what's your keyboard all about? It's like, I now have commands to answer these things. But if that's all anyone's going to ask, me just sharing like, oh, hey, here's a video where I talked about it. Here's another video where I talked about that. is probably not super interesting. And it's also probably not interesting for me to share the answers all the time. That's probably why I toned them down a bit, although also I started doing more game dev. Because I did notice with group mentoring, the kinds of questions I would get were things like how do I get a job? Like, what are some other things people ask? They ask things about leak code. They occasionally ask about, I don't know, doing their own thing. I don't know. It's been a long enough time that I don't remember all the different questions, but there were patterns in them. And I do feel like I have good answers for a lot of those questions, but I can only do it for so long. But it is kind of fun, and it keeps me on my toes, and I'm usually talking nonstop for those. You have to build first. Oh, I see. Yeah, how do I get into coding or game dev? I like those sorts of questions. I think they're good. I don't think anyone should feel bad for asking those. But I also like deduplicating things. Okay, so this is highlighted gray. So as long as we just find all the gray in here, I don't need to do a bunch of work. That's green. Because it says Inverville. Okay, we'll fix that too. Inverville. Can't believe I never noticed that. Okay. Yeah, so that's the only thing we have to do. Inverville. Okay, so clean up some constants, removed unused ones, fixes this. 1220. And fixed a typo in another one. Okay, there shouldn't be anything really to review here. Yeah, didn't really do anything. Maybe we can try running the game again. Hope you canceled ChatGPT. What happened? I don't have a sub, but what happened with it? Skeleton is over 70,000 lines of code. Wow. Well, I just removed like 5 of them, so maybe it's down to 69,000. Yeah, the game built. That's fine. Okay, now we got to release some things. So let's do it from this branch. Release. Accepted contract with government for mass surveillance or autonomous weapons. I read something about this a little bit, but it was a different company that had rejected the contract. I want to say Anthropic. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't read the totality of it all. I'll have to look into that. But like I said, I don't have a subscription to them. I use their free plan to just ask the occasional question. But I do have Copilot. All right, so we got to release everything, don't we? Demo, release, and the only way to test if Sheet Music made it is to give the playtest version to people. Unless, did I share the release key with anyone here? I shared it with Blub. Blub, are you still here by any chance? Because if you are here, I don't need to release a playtest version at all. You are. Okay. Will you be here in like 10 minutes? Because I need to take a quick break. Well, anyway, I'll just build this and we'll figure this out in a little bit. Okay, yep. Okay, cool. Hey, Smash. What system or mechanic has the most lines of code? I don't know off the top of my head. And maybe Kevin could answer that. I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm going to let this build. Wait, will this just run? Yeah, it'll just run. I'll let this build and it should finish roughly when I'm done with my break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello, hello. Hey, Anaden. And hey, key code. Close the game. So the release should be pretty much done. Yeah, it is done. I got to go here and put this on default. Done, 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 done. Okay. And then I want to do the same for the demo. And I should probably publish some patch notes. Patch notes. So let me kick this off. Blub, the question is on the release version, main branch, not the Steam Deck one. Do you have an extras folder with 8 files in it? Yeah. 6 PDFs and 2 TXTs. And I can verify this myself because I should be able to get the full version too, but this is only tested on Mac. What is happening right now? Never seen this. Oh, because I have 2 things selected? How do I not select multiple things? What's going on? How do I get out of this mode? I don't have a key press. Is my mouse broken? Oh, yeah, it's my mouse. Okay. All right, so this is a version I want to play, but there's no update yet. Can't you do like verify integrity of files or something? Does that get us a new version? No. What am I? App ID is correct. This is wrong. Should be A84. Where even is 323? Am I in the wrong branch? No. What am I? I don't even see this build. 323. Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. That was a long time ago. Okay. Never mind. You see them? Okay, cool, 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 cool. Wait, how do you see them? Did I? Oh, because you're. Oh, right. I forgot that you could see all this stuff. Okay, great. All right, well, then, Love, you don't need to test this probably. The files are there. I'm on Mac. Okay, well, then I don't need to test it. Cool. Thank you. Thank you both. Okay, and then how are we doing on the demo version? Do you want to upload to itch? Yeah, sure. And then I go here and I put this on Steam. So I don't need to publish the playtest version. And now I need to just do this, set this live, go to Steam on my phone, and confirmations, confirm, okay. All right, demo is live. Now we just need patch notes. Although actually, I need to test that these aren't on the demo version, assuming I did this correctly. So I guess this trick about verify integrity of demo files doesn't actually do anything. Nope. And what's the build that it should be? 914, and it's 981. Yeah. So we got to wait for that to update. In the meantime, we can go see what changed here and whether it's even worth pushing patch notes. I mean, I think that new menu is kind of worth it for that. So we have 13 commits over here. And what do we have in main? Well, I guess we could just do this. All right. When was the last? I don't know when the last anything was. When was the last time I published one of these? February 20th? That's not right. February 24th. So everything since February 24th. Which is just all inside of this. All right, let's take a look. I wrote a summary here. Delightful features. That doesn't impact the demo. Perf, sheet music, and backlog. Was there anything interesting in the backlog that might impact demo players? I'm not going to talk about the snake or the goblin. That's fun stuff that I want people to discover. Yeah, fix some Steam Deck stuff. Yeah, fix some Steam Deck stuff and update it. Yeah. Windowing modes and the splash screen. Fixed minor bugs, improved performance, and improved the town menu UI. And okay, so those are our patch notes. I found out right there on the builds page, you can, wait, how do you do this? There's a way to publish. I can't find it anymore. Or whatever, this is why. Intro fix applies to the demo. Oh yeah, yeah. Made the intro look nicer. All right, so post on Steam. Let's do regular update. Improving everything before launch. The 096 patch notes. That is 096, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go get a picture. Now, what we've learned many a time is that we can just take a picture of anything and not worry about trimming it ahead of time. We can just trim it on Steam. So it should drastically speed up my workflow here. Then we should be able to get a new update for this. Why is this not possible yet? Is it 9.14 yet? No. You have updates set to happen, but it doesn't tell you that you get an update before then? Play anyway. Is this 096? No, this is 095. Yeah, it still didn't update. It's been like 5 minutes, right? I don't know what's going on there. All right, well, let's get our screenshot. I'll make a new game. Nope, nope, save and load. That way we don't have like a million buildings. Let's take a picture of this. I'll just take it as big as I possibly can. There we go. Then we might need to save this. Export to temp as thumbnail. No, it's a cover image. And what's today? March 2nd. Oops. Oh, apparently that's possible. Okay, well, I didn't mean to do that. I don't even think I realized you could do that. We're just barely over 2 weeks until launch. I've been working hard on improvements. Okay, so fixed. Oh my God. Fixed Steam Deck issues with windowing modes and the splash screen. Yeah. Fixed many minor bugs. Improved performance. Maybe only slightly this time. Improved the town menu UI and the notification UI. Made the intro look nicer. The intro fade-ins and fade-outs now look much nicer. Okay. There are other fun improvements in this version for the how do I say this? Patch for the full version of the game that you'll have to discover on your own when it launches. All right, if you haven't joined Discord already, please consider joining. Discord is here. I'll just make the whole thing a link. Okay, now we need to save that and go to our cover artwork. Drag this onto here. I want it to be the cover image and open the image resizer. Wow, look at how easy this is. It's fantastic. Now let's do that. That is so much easier than the stuff I used to do. All right, preview. What's that image? The header image? Sure, publish that. Unsaved changes. Status hidden unpublished. What? All right, so now it's visible. View live event. I actually don't care about the live event. I care about what it looks like on the Steam page because we got that new thumbnail. Should show up here pretty soon. Yeah, I'll give it some time. In the meantime, let's go get the demo files. It might have just updated. No, it didn't. Something weird is going on. I'm just going to restart Steam. I don't know what's happening there. Waiting for the playtest. Maybe that's why, because I had a game running the whole time. Cancel. Can I launch this now and have it update? Still no. Okay. Well, I don't understand that, but now is when we finally quit Steam. And then go reload it. Accidentally press a whole bunch of keys over here. Now everything's updating. Yeah, weird. Well, now we know we got the right files. So now let's go to browse local files. And yeah, that worked. We don't have anything else alongside this, right? Easy peasy. But if we go into the main version, we have an extras folder where we have sheet music and the Scala wrap. Oh boy. All right, that looks good. That looks good. Now what about the patch notes? I want to see, did this make it over here? Still no. It will soon. Oh, nice. There it is. Cool. High value extras. All right, so this stuff's all good. This is good. Fix some race conditions. And what did we do in the afternoon? Fix that font issue. Included sheet music. Fixed a few issues and closed others before releasing new versions. And how many issues are we down to now? I haven't merged this branch yet. So anything that has me as an assignee, which I guess would all be on page 1. 1, 2, 3. Demo skip. Oh, open off stream. I think I'm aware of what that is, though, Darkstorm. I have an issue on my personal to-do list to look into that. All right, included sheet music in the bill, fix a few issues. How many issues are we down to, though? So 52. I think we're effectively down to 52 open issues. Doesn't even share a single tag. What is Clicker Heroes in terms of tags? It's got to share at least some tags, right? Yeah, it's got idler, casual, 2D. Probably some of these other ones. Maybe we can go look at Scala Seller. I think a lot of these are the same. Yeah, simulation, not auto battler, but casual, RPG. Yeah. There's a bunch of tags that are similar. Are they just not similar games? Oh, I think I've actually played this game before. I guess they're kind of similar. That this is still kind of an auto battler. I'm surprised clicker games are as popular as they are. What's that big tag list? Yeah, if you click the plus, you'll see all the tags. This plus right here. Or I guess if you just expand the width of the page. No, it's only if you shrink the width of the page. That's kind of funny. If you shrink it, it goes into responsive design, probably for like mobile or tablets or something. Hey, Mysterious. I love idlers and clickers. I think clickers sort of classically boil down to pointless clicks a lot of times. Like Cookie Clicker has a lot of pointless clicks. You're just like mashing the button. I guess they're good turn your brain off kinds of games though. I wanted to make sure we didn't have clicker elements in Skeleseller. I wanted it to be more meaningful stuff. Also, the other thing about a lot of clicker games is that idling is possible and is usually like 1% of what clicking does. That way your clicks are still super impactful. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel the need to click at all. So Skeleseller, idling is possible, but it's more like 40% of what your clicking does, maybe 30%. It's all about clicking as little as possible if you play it seriously. Cookie Clicker apparently has a lot more depth than I thought in terms of number of hours. It's also done very well. But let's see. Some of these reviews. 9 hours, 324. Negative review, 324. 286 hours. I mean, idle games is kind of hard to tell what the actual hour count would be because most of these people are just going to leave it running for a very, very long time. Like, how long were they really playing for? Also, you can't see median playtime as an onlooker, can you? Cookie Clicker. Is there median playtime on here? What? Okay. That's way more than I thought. Number 282 in daily active users. Man, that's nuts. I played some like JavaScript version of this game a long time ago. I didn't play for very long. Well, good for them. Yeah, I don't know if you can see median playtime then, can you? You could probably figure it out from the reviews. I mean, at least from reviewers, you could. Just shipped with Electron. I see. Feel like I'm falling for a psychological trick and wasting my time. Yeah, this is pretty much how I feel too. And it's why I generally avoid idler games. And that might sound weird given that I'm making Skeleseller. I don't think of Skeleseller in the same vein. I think Skeleseller has a finite amount of gameplay and has no way of pulling more money from you. So like you buy it, the whole point is for me to let you have as much fun as possible, and then you get done with the game and move on to something else. Which would be the sheet music at that point. So a couple things about Steam as of late. Next Fest is now done. So I think it was potentially hurting the number of downloads for Skeleseller. Because if you were like, hey, I want to play a demo, you'd probably go find the hot new thing on Steam and not a game that's been there for a while. And we're also getting closer and closer to launch, which means we should be moving up the popular upcoming list. Wishlist count hasn't really been rising all that quickly. This is not even going to load. Extonomous is the company I made back in like 2015. If I beat Skeleseller on hard mode, I want to unlock it. But yeah, I'm sure a bunch of people are in that camp. So we look at the last 2 weeks. I wonder if there's any difference between the first week and Next Fest. That is coming off the tail end of, I think, the TikTok marketing that I did. And then Next Fest started on Monday, whenever that was. I don't bother to try to figure this out in my head. The 23rd. 23rd is there. So yeah, it looks like it mostly kind of dropped during Next Fest. And I'd like to hope it's on the rise again. But yeah, this is not like a healthy amount of wishlist meeting before a launch. 20, 29. We would hopefully be getting like hundreds every day at some point. So putting a lot of stock in a couple things. Influencers I reached out to. the content embargo ends in 10 days. So people will be able to cover it. Up until then, I don't think we're going to see much in terms of Scala Seller on YouTube. There were a couple people who made some videos. This person, is your next Cozy Obsession here. And then there's one other, game releases in March. Must have been a live stream. It was like 4 hours long, I think. And yeah, Scala Seller was there for a tiny portion of it. So I don't think these are going to like pull in views for Scala Seller, but I think people dedicating videos to Scala Seller should hopefully start showing up in about 10 days. And then I'll have a lot to watch and to do. So yeah, last thing I want to say, and then I'm done rambling because it's already pretty late, is I think I'm going to do probably fewer streams this week. In fact, I might not even stream tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. Yeah, I have to do marketing and outreach. Hey, Pickle. How come I'm a VIP now? I added a bunch of VIPs yesterday. If I ever finish my game, I'll just drop it on Steam and no marketing and forget about it. I hope you don't. I hope you do at least some amount of marketing. I think it's worthwhile to get that experience in game dev too. Although it could get you to focus on the wrong things. All right, yeah, I'm not going to stream tomorrow. No stream. Gotta focus on marketing and outreach. Because tomorrow marks the 2-week point. And I think if I share it with the influencers and say, hey, 2 weeks from now the game launches, I think that's more impactful than just saying like, oh, the game launches in, a month or 5 days from now or something. Because it still gives them time to do stuff. All right, I'm going to go find someone to raid on Twitch. Let's see who we've got. Oh, hey, Nan Codes. I don't think I've raided her, have I? I can't recall if I have, but she's raided me before. And I think I only got to watch for a little bit. I might have. Anyway, let's raid her. Thank you all for watching. If you haven't joined Discord yet, I've got a couple different ones. There's the Adam Learns one and the Scala Seller one. I'll probably be back on Wednesday, but I'll keep people posted on Discord. Bye, everybody.